Chapter 77. Then he followed Li Fei to her house. After a month, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once again. I really didn't expect that you would complete your breakthrough so quickly. Although he heard Li Fei talk about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough last night, the old man still couldn't help but be surprised when he actually saw Duan Lingtian. A 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage, such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he knew that there was a 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Lingtian's house, who knew what he would think? Grandfather, I can help you refine medicinal pills today and completely eradicate your hidden illness. However, I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one in your collection, right? Duan Lingtian blinked, and a trace of a sly smile flashed past his eyes. Kid, you actually have ideas about me. I do have a cauldron here, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. But can you really refine medicinal pills? The old man's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath and directly raised his hand with his palm facing up. He circulated his origin energy. In the next moment, it was as if Emperor Wu of Samsara possessed him with a skillful technique. He transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame. It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The various grades of alchemists were graded according to their pill fire. This is a grade 9 pill fire. You're really a little monster that people can't see through. The old man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. If you can really refine a medicinal pill that can eradicate my hidden illness, then there's no harm in giving that cauldron to you. Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something your teacher left behind for you? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly twitched. She knew what that cauldron meant to her grandfather. Grandfather, since that cauldron means so much to you, then forget it. I'll just casually refine a cauldron for myself to play with. Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. He didn't want to steal someone's love. It doesn't matter. That medicinal cauldron was teacher's masterpiece back in the day. It's like a pearl covered in dust in my hands. It's better for it to shine again in your hands. However, Lingtian brat, you said just now that you were casually refining a medicinal cauldron for fun? Don't tell me you can condense weapon flames as well. The old man had a strange look in his eyes. Chi, the alchemic fire in Duan Lingtian's palm changed and began to wreak havoc. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have become scorching hot. 9th grade artifact flame. As a refiner, the old man naturally knew the difference between pill fire and tool fire. Alchemy fire was more reserved. The weapon flame was inclined to wreak havoc and be flamboyant. You! The old man's breathing quickened, and he was a little out of breath. Even the most talented of alchemists and blacksmiths would require several years of hard work to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire with their elemental energy. The purple-clothed youth before his eyes had completely subverted his understanding of alchemists and artificers. That year, he spent 5 years to successfully condense his elemental energy into pill fire. But even then, his teacher said that his natural talent was extraordinary. Grandfather, don't be agitated. Duan Lingtian put away the weapon flame and smiled. Li Fei, who was at the side, was dumbstruck long ago. Although she wasn't an alchemist or an artificer, she had been by her grandfather's side since she was young and had long since been influenced by what she saw and heard. She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or artificer. But now, she discovered that everything before her eyes had completely overturned what her grandfather had said in the past. I've really lived all these years in vain. The old man caught his breath and had a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian hurriedly diverted the topic. Grandfather, some of the medicinal herbs I want to refine for you are relatively rare and can't be sold in ordinary pharmacies. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City? As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the other crest beside the Leaf family crest on the old man's body. He recognized it. This was the Grade 9 Weapons Craftsman crest issued by the Alchemist Guild. Relying on this crest, no matter where one went in the entire Cloud Continent, one would be able to obtain extremely high treatment. He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town branch family's grand elder, Li Hua, also had an Alchemist Guild crest pinned on his chest at all times, indicating his identity as a Grade 9 alchemist. You want to go to the Alchemist Guild to buy medicinal herbs? The old man's brows slightly frowned. According to my knowledge, the medicinal herbs in the Alchemist Guild can't be directly purchased with gold or silver. They must be purchased with the Alchemist Guild's unique points. I know this. Duan Lingtian nodded. What a joke. That year, no matter what, Samsara Emperor Wu was the one and only royal grade alchemist on Cloud Continent. Moreover, he was the honorary guild master of the Cloud Continent's Alchemist Guild. He was extremely clear about the matters of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, one must make a contribution to the Alchemist Guild. For example, completing the missions issued by the Alchemist Guild or offering a rare medicinal formula would allow one to obtain abundant points. The old man told Duan Lingtian an address. Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate. Li Fei was curious as she followed Duan Lingtian. This lousy place is the Alchemist Guild. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as they arrived at the end of a small alley and looked at the dangerous building that was on the verge of collapse. But in the next moment, Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be completely speechless. Not bad. Slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Li Fei looked at the dangerous building and commented. Duan Lingtian could imagine that the Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would surely be even more difficult to look at. Walking into the Alchemist Guild was completely different from what they had expected. Although the hall was old, it was very simple. When they entered, besides a young girl standing behind the counter in the distance, there was no one else. The two of them arrived before the counter. Customers, may I ask if you want to post a mission or receive a medicinal pill that you've entrusted to our Alchemist Guild to refine? The young girl's appearance was ordinary, but she was very spirited, and her pair of large eyes were bright and full of expression. Ordinary people could go to the Alchemist Guild and post missions with gold and silver, entrusting the Alchemist Guild to refine medicinal pills. And these missions would be posted by the Alchemist Guild for the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to accept, and the mission rewards would become the Alchemist Guild's points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to alchemists they were extremely precious. Sometimes some alchemists would even spend a large amount of gold and silver to post missions, and then complete the missions themselves to earn points. It was equivalent to exchanging gold and silver for points. In the Alchemist Guild, according to the rules, gold and silver couldn't be directly exchanged for points. But as the saying goes, the devil is as tall as 10. I'm here to register as a Grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and stated his purpose for coming. Register as a Grade 9 alchemist. The young girl was stunned, thinking that she had misheard. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a Grade 9 alchemist? Not to mention that a Grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation martial artist. Even if the youth in front of her had good natural talent in the martial Tao and high natural talent in alchemy, once he broke through to the core formation stage, he would still need to spend at least a few years before he could condense pill fire with his origin energy. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. What? You can't make the decision? Duan Lingtian frowned as he asked, Guest, please wait a moment. I'll go invite our guild master out. Although the young girl felt that it was slightly inconceivable, the other party was a guest after all. She couldn't distinguish whether it was true or false, so she could only go find the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master. Before long, the young girl brought out an old man. The old man was in high spirits, and his eyes emitted a bright light. Who wants to register as a Grade 9 alchemist? The The old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and his brows slightly furrowed. Me. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You? Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home. This isn't a place for you to have fun. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Geezer, why are you so impolite? Li Fei couldn't stand it anymore. Humph. What does a little girl like you know about manners? You came to have fun with me, and this is called being polite? I thought that Aurora City had produced another alchemist. But I didn't expect that it's actually just two little kids fooling around. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly embarrassed and angry. Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't just look at the surface. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept the old man with his gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm faced up, and a strand of milky white pill fire jumped up. The old man and the young girl beside him were both stunned. Grade 9 pill fire. It wasn't that they hadn't seen it before, but it appeared in the hands of a 16-year-old youth. This was the first time they had seen it. Little guy, do you have a master? The old man's eyes shone, and his attitude underwent a 360-degree change. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure. Nonsense. If I didn't have a master, how could I become a grade 9 alchemist at such a young age? Duan Lingtian disdainfully glanced at the old man. How could he not see that the old man had the intention of taking him in as a disciple? However, as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher. The old man's expression froze, and he was slightly embarrassed. Soon after, the old man helped Duan Lingtian register, and gave Duan Lingtian a grade 9 alchemist badge and a crystal card. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. When Duan Lingtian infused his origin energy into it, he noticed that the balance inside was 0. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist. He suddenly felt that the resentment that he had accumulated these past few years when he was sent to this godforsaken place had imperceptibly dissipated a little. Right, Geezer, I need some materials. Duan Lingtian said again. Little guy, I'm not some old geezer. I'm Aurora City's alchemist, Guild's guild master, Suemo. As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete missions and contribute pill formulas and exchange them for points, you can use points to buy them. Suemo glared at Duan Lingtian. Humph. Then I'll post some missions right now. Duan Lingtian took out a handful of silver notes. Little guy, I have to remind you, when a customer posts a mission in the Alchemist Guild, I, as the guild master of the Alchemist Guild, have the priority to accept it. So if you want to use gold and silver to exchange for points, you better give up on this idea as soon as possible. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of Sumo's mouth, as if he was certain that he had Duan Lingtian under control. Geezer, you're really shameless. Chapter 78. Little girl, I'm not being shameless. I'm just following the rules of the Alchemist Association. Sumo's lips curled into a smug smile. You. Li Fei was furious. Little Fei. Why are you angry with the old man? His heart isn't good. If you're not careful and anger him, we'll have to pay a lot of money. Duan Lingtian reached out and held Li Fei's hand, squeezing her palm to reassure her. Li Fei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian, puzzled. Duan Lingtian looked at the stunned Suemo, and a smile appeared on his lips. Want to steal business from him? Help me register. I want to issue a mission. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl beside Suemo. The young girl hesitated and looked at the old man. He's now a guest of the Alchemist Association. After registering, give me the mission. Suemo nodded to the young girl. But soon, when he heard Duan Lingtian's mission, the smile on his face froze. 100,000 taels of silver to refine 3 phosphorescence pills. Phosphorescence pill? What kind of pill was that? He had never heard of this kind of pill. Old man, according to the rules of the Alchemist Association, if an alchemist can refine the pill for the mission, he can use points in advance to buy the herbs he needs, and after completing the mission, the corresponding points will be deducted from the reward. Am I right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Suemo. Suemo was furious. There was indeed such a rule. Suemo reluctantly took out the materials Duan Lingtian needed and arranged a quiet room for Duan Lingtian. Old man, you wouldn't mind lending me your cauldron, would you? Duan Lingtian blinked, making Sumo's mouth twitch. I can lend it to you, but I'll charge you 10 points. Suemo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, actually wanted to borrow someone else's cauldron. How unprofessional. 10 points. Duan Lingtian frowned. This 100,000 taels of silver is only worth 100 points, right? Also, how many points do the materials you gave me cost? Not much, just 30 points. When Suemo saw Duan Lingtian frown, a smile finally appeared on his tense face. You're so evil, but don't regret it. Duan Lingtian took the medicine cauldron from Sumo's hand. After giving Suemo a deep look, he led Li Fei into the quiet room and closed the door. Regret? What's there to regret? Suemo did not mind. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian shook the medicinal cauldron in his hand and nodded. That old man is treacherous, but his medicinal cauldron is indeed not bad. It can be considered a fine grade 8 spirit tool. Alchemists also had many requirements for medicinal cauldrons when refining pills. For example, a Tier 9 alchemist must use a medicinal cauldron that was a Tier 9 spirit weapon or above to ensure that the medicinal cauldron would not be melted by the alchemy fire. A Tier 8 alchemist would need a cauldron that was a Tier 8 spirit artifact or above, and so on and so forth. The higher the grade of the alchemist, the higher the requirements for the medicinal cauldron. Did you just say that you want to make that old man regret? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. You'll know very soon. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously, placing the medicinal cauldron on the stone table in the quiet room. Duan Lingtian lit up a milky white alchemic fire in his palm. He opened the lid of the medicinal cauldron and merged the alchemic fire into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to put the materials in one by one. When refining pills, the order and quantity of materials were very particular. A slight mistake could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Then there was the heat. When Duan Lingtian had put all the materials in the medicinal cauldron, he closed the lid of the medicinal cauldron. Yuan power pulsed in his palms, condensing into alchemic fire and pressing it against the vents at both ends of the medicinal cauldron. The alchemic fire entered, and he began to refine pills with a high intensity. A series of movements, like moving clouds and flowing water, was as if an experienced alchemist was performing. Li Fei, who was at the side, was completely dumbfounded. Is he really only 16 years old? Li Fei's heart was shaken. Everything that this youth had displayed in front of her was simply not something that a 16-year-old youth should have. She felt that the youth was even more mysterious. There was a feeling that made it hard for her to fathom. An hour later, Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the alchemic fire soared and blasted into the medicinal cauldron. Pill collection. In an instant, 3 pills flickering with a fiery red halo flew out from the pill outlet at one end of the medicinal cauldron and landed in Duan Lingtian's hands. Seems like the first time refining pills is not bad. The purity is over 90%. Looking at the 3 pills, Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Different alchemists, even if refining the same type of pill, would refine different finished products. Different purity. The less impurities remained in the pill, the better the medicinal effect of the pill. If an average 9th-level alchemist were to refine the phosphorescence pill, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, the head elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Li Hua, refined the Thunder Fire pill with a purity of only a little more than 50%, greatly reducing the medicinal effect. The phosphorescence pill was the pill that he had refined for Li Fei's grandfather. Given Li Fei's grandfather's condition, only a phosphorescence pill with a purity of 80% or more could completely cure his unmentionable illness. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was the only one who could refine such a high-purity medicinal pill. Purity above 90%. Any alchemist would realize how rare this purity was. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian took the phosphorescence pill to hand over the task points, Sumo's expression was unusually interesting. Picking up a phosphorescence pill, Sumo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the phosphorescence pill and did not know what it was used for at this moment, he could sense with his 8th-level alchemist perception that this pill was extraordinary. Based on his rough estimation, this phosphorescence pill's purity was absolutely above 90%. What kind of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally knew. Even a first-level alchemist on Cloud Continent might not be able to refine a 9th-level medicinal pill to such a degree of purity. One must know that for the same type of medicinal pill, 60% purity and 90% purity were simply the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was on a completely different level. "Little guy, how did you do it?" Su Emo looked at Duan Lingtian with slight excitement. "I'm not greedy. I only want half of the points in your crystal card." Duan Lingtian grinned. This was not greedy. That was half his life's savings. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched as he silently cursed, "Little fox!" "I promise you." However, Su Emo still resolutely agreed, his gaze falling on Duan Lingtian. "But I want to inspect the goods first before I give you the points." "What? Are you afraid that I'll cheat you?" "Then forget it. We're not in debt." Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand, quickly walking out. Whoosh! In an instant, Su Emo blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 79. Even in the entire Aurora City, among the 3 great families, only the Grand Elders were slightly better than Su Emo. However, with Sumo's status as a Grade 8 alchemist and the Alchemist Guild behind him, even if the Grand Elders of the 3 great families saw him, they would have to politely address him as President Su. "Give me the crystal card." Su Emo looked at Duan Lingtian and extended his hand. He chose to compromise, although he was helpless in his heart. He had already discovered what Duan Lingtian had said. However, he did not have the experience of becoming a Grade 7 alchemist and could only walk this path to the end, bumping into many obstacles. Now that he had the opportunity to break through to become a Grade 7 alchemist, he naturally would not let it go easily. In his opinion, as long as he broke through to become a Grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this godforsaken place. Aurora City was only a small city in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Back then, if he had not offended a powerful person, he would not have been sent here. As long as he broke through to become a Grade 7 alchemist, that person would not be able to do anything to him. Although a Grade 7 alchemist and a Grade 8 alchemist were only 1 grade apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the large Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were more than 1,000 Grade 8 alchemists registered in the Alchemist Guild. As for Grade 7 alchemists, there were only a few dozen of them. A Grade 7 alchemist had a noble status. Even the royal family of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. "Old man, don't worry, you won't lose out." Duan Lingtian's mouth was full of smiles as he handed over the crystal card. Soon the crystal card in Sumo's hand flashed, showing the balance. 10,000 points. Seeing this number, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. One must know that 100,000 taels of silver was only worth 100 points. If these 10,000 points were to be converted into silver, it would be 10 million taels of silver. 10 million taels of silver. What kind of concept was that? Soon, 5,000 points were added to Duan Lingtian's crystal card, for a total of 5,060 points. "Old man, I originally only planned to take a third of your wealth. But who asked you to cheat me of 10 points for lending me a cauldron? Then I can only be impolite. Duan Lingtian took the crystal card with satisfaction and smiled. Su Mo's mouth twitched. Then, wouldn't he have given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? His intestines were green with regret. Pucci. Li Fei smiled like a flower. She finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said, "Don't regret it." It turned out that he had planned this from the very beginning. From tomorrow onwards, come to the Li clan to look for me at noon. Oh, right, remember to eat before coming back. I don't provide meals over there. Duan Lingtian took Li Fei's hand, walked around Su Mo and headed out. Su Mo narrowed his eyes as he watched the Duan Lingtian duo leave. When did such a figure appear in the Li clan? On the way back. You're too ruthless. You took half of his points. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. However, seeing Su Mo suffer, her heart was also filled with pleasure. Who told him to cheat me first? A lousy cauldron, casually using it, and he took 10 points from me. That's a whole 10,000 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian said with a pained expression. He took 10,000 taels and lost 5 million taels. I don't know if he can sleep tonight. Li Fei giggled. Duan Lingtian was stunned. What are you looking at? Li Fei was angry. Little Fei, my wife, you're so beautiful. Duan Lingtian said eagerly. Bah, who's your wife? Go find your cur. You're so jealous. You still won't admit that you're my wife? I'm not. Then I can only go and pursue Xiaolan, the little black snake, flicked amidst the laughter. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei returned to the Li family mansion. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little black snake finished her findings so quickly. The golden markings on its body, the 3 medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian its eyes had transformed into a pair of golden eyes. It's only a grade 9 medicinal pill. Sharp. It didn't take much time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Earlier had obviously far surpassed get the cauldron? Its mother. Don't tell me that you refined a cauldron yourself. Looks like you've transformed in this short amount of time. Duan Lingtian, the old man looked at little black snake's head as if he was looking at a monster. Young master, Duan Lingtian smiled came out as well. The little grandfather, white snake he used the cauldron of our Aurora cities, was slightly excited when it saw master Duan Lingtian. The little white snake was really the same as the little black snake. I only used his cauldron for an hour. Both of them had undergone, and he actually asked Duan Lingtian. The silver markings on its body had also become deeper. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as Duan Lingtian noticed the changes in the 2 mutated little pythons. They were the children of the snow python and had swallowed the snow python's beast core. As the old man spoke, their current strength would surely be extremely terrifying. Lingtian after probing for a while, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in even total? If he exploded out with the strength of his fleshly grandfather, this is a gift from me to you. I don't dare accept your money. Mammoths and when the old man spoke these words, movement technique, Duan Lingtian noticed that Li Fei would still be far inferior to these 2 little pythons. If you dare accept my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you. Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. Fine. However, in any case, although your speed is fast, old fellow's money I wonder will be how your strength is. In the future. Duan Lingtian, the old man nodded 2 little pythons to the side of the courtyard. He'd already taken Duan Lingtian to stone pillars there for daily cultivation. Grandfather, collapsing what are you talking about? Duan Lingtian surely live a long life. Steps forward and as for this fellow, he doesn't lack money at all. Wind swept he just out cheated and broke a stone pillar. 5 million taels of silver. The eyes of the 2 little pythons shone as they transformed into 2 black of an eye. White bolts of lightning that flashed towards another stone pillar. The old man was stunned. Duan Lingtian, a grade 9 weapon craftsman. In the air, 20 ancient some of his savings for most of his life didn't even add up to 5 in other words, tails. The strength of a single little python was comparable to the curious as well. 10 ancient mammoths. Li Fei explained the whole ordinary martial artist would only be able to exert such a formidable strength. President Su lifted a rock and smashed it level of the core formation stage. The old man couldn't help but laugh. The 2 bolts very of lightning quickly directly penetrated the stone pillars and looked and left Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. This, Ling Tian's eyes be considered lucky this time. The 2 small holes penetrated by the little pythons were extremely smooth and didn't leave behind the slightest crack. You mustn't use similar methods. It could be imagined how condensed the little python's penetrating attacks once he achieves his goal and kills you into a single point. Your gains won't make up for your losses. It could be said to be perfect. Grandfather, don't worry. You two are the real little monsters. Duan Lingtian nodded with an expression descended onto the heads of the 2 little However, pythons. In his heart, he was thinking of something else. Of flesh he'd long since thought of what the old man said, the lumps of flesh had a way to deal with it black could ensure his safety. Traces of a golden courtyard had already appeared. On the little white snake's head, traces of a silver horn had appeared. Their individual strengths are comparable to a 7th level core formation martial artist. However, even a 7th level core formation martial artist might not be a match for them. After all, their small size and speed occupy a huge advantage. Duan Lingtian gasped. Fortunately, these 2 mutated pythons were not his enemies. If there was such an enemy, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb just thinking about it. Kerr, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Little White, I didn't know you were so powerful. Kerr smiled as she stroked the little white snake's head. The little white snake seemed to have noticed that Kerr was praising it. It raised its little head proudly and stuck out its tongue playfully that night. Duan Lingtian had passed on to his mother, Li Ro, a top-notch cultivation technique. The name of this technique was Xian Pin, Divine Skill. This was one of the top techniques collected by Reincarnation Emperor Wu in his first life. It was the cultivation technique of Xian Ke Emperor Wu, and it could be cultivated all the way to Emperor Wu's level. This cultivation technique, after Li Ro mastered the Xian Beauty Divine Skill, she also realized how terrifying this cultivation technique was. She felt a little numb. Her son had too many secrets. Kerr's Hanbing's sword technique was not inferior to the Xian Pin Divine Skill. Mother, you have to comprehend it properly. I'll go buy the ingredients tomorrow and refine the Spirit Accumulation Pill for you. At that time, the Spirit Accumulation Pill will absorb all of your Yuan Qi. After you switch to the Xian Pin Divine Skill, the Yuan Qi in the Spirit Accumulation Pill will be released. Within half a month, you will be able to recover to your peak state, or even stronger than your peak state. Duan Lingtian smiled. Okay. Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian dotingly and nodded repeatedly. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion with Kerr and went to the market. Duan Lingtian first found the shopkeeper of the medicine shop to collect the bill, and then gave him 2 jars of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The ingredients for the Spirit Accumulation Pill were relatively ordinary. Very quickly, the shopkeeper of the medicine shop finished preparing the ingredients for Duan Lingtian. Shopkeeper, how much are these ingredients? Duan Lingtian asked. Customer, these ingredients only add up to a few hundred taels of silver. There's no need to pay. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. Ever since Duan Lingtian started selling the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid here, his medicine shop could be considered to be making a lot of money every day. Who knew how many medicine shops were envious and jealous? Then I won't be polite. Duan Lingtian nodded and looked deeply at the shopkeeper before leaving with Kerr. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that the shopkeeper would encounter some trouble when the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was selling like hotcakes. After all, there were definitely many people who were jealous. But until now, nothing had happened to the shopkeeper. It could be imagined that he was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. However, all this had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. After he and Kerr returned home, they went into their room and prepared to refine the Spirit Accumulation Pill. Whoosh! With a thought, he took out a cauldron from his storage ring. The cauldron looked very exquisite. 9 lifelike, 5-clawed, divine dragons were engraved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Li Fei's grandfather gave to him. Originally, he wasn't willing to take away someone's beloved, but the old man was very insistent. In the end, even Li Fei persuaded him to accept it. Looks like grandfather's teacher wasn't simple. This cauldron already has a trace of the aura of a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, and he was slightly surprised. The material of this cauldron. F*CK. It can't be Millennium Meteoric Iron? Soon, Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and he cursed in surprise. The Millennium Meteoric Iron was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. Its limit was that it could withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, Millennium Meteoric Iron was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. The entire body is made of Millennium Meteoric Iron. Extravagant, too extravagant. With this cauldron as the foundation, even if I become a grade 6 alchemist in the future, I won't need to exchange for another cauldron. I can directly refine it into a grade 6 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Outside the courtyard, a shout sounded out into the courtyard. Let him in himself. Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Chang was stunned. This Duan Lingtian is really lawless. Who's this old man that's standing by his side? This was an existence that even their Li clan's patriarch had to respectfully greet. The Aurora City's Alchemist Association's president, Su Mo. President Su, Duan Lingtian is young and doesn't know any better. What do you think? Li Chang broke out in cold sweat and looked at the old man with a bitter smile, deeply afraid that the old man would get angry because of this. But in the next moment, he was dumbstruck. You leave first, I'll go in myself. Su Mo nodded to Li Chang, then flicked his finger and shot out a medicinal pill. After Li Chang caught the medicinal pill, he noticed that Su Mo wasn't angry or annoyed as he slowly walked into Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Origin increasing pill. Li Chang's eyes lit up when he saw the medicinal pill in his hand. This primary increasing pill was worth 5,000 taels of silver. As expected of the Alchemist Association's president, he's really generous. I only showed him the way, and he bestowed me with an origin increasing pill. Li Chang took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Although he was the manager of the Li clan's inner court, his monthly salary was only 1,000 silver. Normally, he couldn't bear to buy an origin increasing pill to increase his cultivation. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, the voice that came from the courtyard behind him caused his expression to freeze, and he was almost scared to the ground. Chapter 81. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman. Even if I wanted to invite President Su to a meal, President Su might not even give me face. But he directly told President Su not to freeload. Li Chang's expression was strange as he pricked up his ears to listen. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was going to be out of luck. Who knew? Little fellow, don't worry. I've already eaten. Take your time, I'll wait for you. Su Mo's calm words made Li Chang feel as if he was struck by lightning. How is this possible? In an instant, a myriad of questions arose in his heart. Wasn't this Duan Lingtian just a branch family disciple? Why was even the president of Aurora City's Alchemist Association, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out, but he'd already made up his mind. No matter when, he absolutely couldn't offend this Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian finished eating, he started to guide Su Mo. An entire afternoon passed, and the astonished expression on Su Mo's face never stopped. He discovered that this 16-year-old youth knew even more than him, and his understanding of grade 7 alchemists had reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Mo was only a youth, he probably would have directly taken him as his master. Even though it was only an afternoon, Su Mo had benefited greatly. He believed that as long as he came for a few more days, the bottleneck that had perplexed him for a long time would surely be broken, and it would be sufficient for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Little fellow, what grade is your teacher? Before leaving, Su Mo asked Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. As far as he was concerned, The reason why Duan Lingtian was so knowledgeable was surely because he had a master teacher behind him. Moreover, this master teacher was far from what a grade 7 alchemist could compare to know, even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even grade 4 alchemist might not be able to teach such a disciple. A crazy guess arose in his heart, but he still wanted to confirm it. I also don't know what grade my teacher is, but I was fortunate enough to see him refine medicinal pills. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet-colored flame. Oh, right, around the violet-colored flame, there was also a trace of silver border. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he spoke with an air of seriousness. Purple-silver elixir fire? Su Mo's pupils shrank. He had once flipped through an ancient book in the county city's alchemist guild, and there were records of the various grades of alchemists in Cloud Continent. A grade 3 alchemist's alchemy fire was purple in color, surrounded by copper edges. The purple copper elixir fire! The purple alchemy fire was surrounded by a silver border. That was the purple-silver alchemy fire. This was the alchemy fire of a second-rank alchemist. Second-grade alchemy fire. In that instant, Suemo felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Grade 2 alchemist. Little guy, are you sure your teacher's alchemy fire is purple? There's a silver border around it. Sumo's chest heaved like a bellows. Even when he had condensed alchemy fire and become an alchemist at a young age, he had not been as excited as he was now. Of course. All right. Teacher told me that he came from some foreign lands and came out to relax by chance. It just so happened that he noticed my natural talent, so he took me in as his disciple. Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and said, Outer realm? Su Mo's pupils shrank. As expected, he had guessed earlier, and now that Duan Lingtian said it out loud, he confirmed it. He believed that not to mention Duan Lingtian, even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City knew nothing about the foreign lands. The reason he knew was because he had read some ancient books in the Alchemist Guild. Since Duan Lingtian was able to say it out loud, it proved that he was not lying. At this instant, he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth standing before him seemed to have become incomparably tall. The disciple of a grade 2 alchemist! He believed it. If this matter were to spread out, even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would probably put in great effort to build a good relationship with the youth before him. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist took a fancy to would surely have extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Little guy, where's your teacher? I wonder if I'll have the fortune to meet him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Suemo asked in a slightly perturbed manner. Teacher left for the time being and told me to properly train myself. He comes back to visit me every once in a while. If you want to see him, I'll let him see you the next time he comes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Thank you, little brother. Sumo's face was full of excitement, and even the way he addressed Duan Lingtian had changed. It's a small matter. Teacher loves me the most. He said that I'm the most talented disciple he's ever taken in his life. He also said that those senior brothers and sisters he took in from the foreign lands can't even compare to a single finger of mine. Sai, you don't know, but at that time he made me blush. Duan Lingtian continued. Sumo's expression froze, but he deeply believed it. What a joke! In terms of talent, a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, was probably an extremely rare existence. Suemo did not notice. At this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth were slightly twitching. It was as if he was suppressing a smile. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our alchemist guild? I guarantee that once you join, you'll definitely receive the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom won't dare to breathe loudly in front of you. Suemo said to Duan Lingtian, his tone full of temptation. That seems not bad. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Sumo's eyes lit up. There was hope. However, teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him, and that I can't use his name to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path. Only then will I be qualified to become a true powerhouse. Duan Lingtian sighed. I've already disobeyed teacher's orders by telling you so much. Old man, you mustn't tell a third person what I just said to you. Otherwise, when my teacher comes next time, I'll say that you forced me to tell you all this. As he said this, a sly smile flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Whoosh! Su Mo's face turned completely green. Little brother, don't. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Since your teacher said so, you must respect him and don't do anything to harm me. Su Mo was a little flustered. Su Mo knew very well what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Apart from having superb alchemy skills, he was also an extremely frightening martial artist. Such a powerhouse had the means to reach the heavens. At this moment, he still had some lingering fear. Because before today, a fleeting thought had appeared in his mind. After Duan Lingtian helped him become a grade 7 alchemist, he would deal with Duan Lingtian and take back his alchemist guild points. Now it seemed that fortunately his rationality and conscience had prevailed over this crazy thought. Otherwise, once something happened to Duan Lingtian, no matter how cleanly he dealt with it, with the means of a grade 2 alchemist, he could easily find out everything. At that time, his fate could be imagined. Little brother, don't worry. What you said to me today, I won't tell a second person. Also, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Su Mo's expression turned serious as he vowed solemnly. Old man, you're too polite. However, since you're so enthusiastic, I won't hold back. I really do need some materials, recently. These materials aren't available in Aurora City, but I wonder if you can help me get them. Duan Lingtian wrote a piece of paper and handed it to Su Mo. Su Mo lowered his head to look. There were a total of 5 materials. He had heard of 2 of them and knew that they were very rare alchemy materials with extraordinary value. However, he had no impression of the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials for you as quickly as possible. Once I've gathered them, I'll send them to you immediately. Su Mo solemnly promised Duan Lingtian. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. After Su Mo left, Duan Lingtian finally broke into a grin. Everything he fabricated earlier was a method he used to protect himself. As for the foreign lands and the alchemy fire of a grade 2 alchemist, he knew all of this from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. If he used it to scare people, no one would suspect him. After all, these things, not to mention him, a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan, even the grand elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City wouldn't know. Su Mo knew because he was a member of the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild's headquarters was in the foreign lands. I hope the old man can gather those 5 materials for me as soon as possible. That way I can start inscribing. Although the blood crescent inscription isn't as strong as the blood explosion inscription inscribed on the spirit weapon of Aqua Mist City's Hizu Dao, it's not much inferior. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. Inscription masters were different from alchemists and weapon craftsmen. The latter required a certain level of cultivation and relied on origin energy to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire to refine medicinal pills and spirit weapons. The former, however, only required spiritual force. So long as an inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain materials, no matter how terrifying an inscription was, one could inscribe it. In the eyes of an inscription master, origin energy was only a tool to inscribe and activate the inscription. Spiritual force originated from the soul. Perhaps it was because he'd transmigrated to this world, or perhaps it was because he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's soul was shockingly strong. Through the inference of Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that his current spiritual force was sufficient to compare to an ordinary origin core martial artist. But unfortunately in Cloud Continent, Only an expert like Emperor Wu was able to use spiritual force to fight his enemies. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, it was sufficient to easily annihilate martial artists below the origin core stage. And it was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's shocking spiritual force that as long as he was given sufficient materials, he would be able to inscribe inscriptions that only ordinary origin core stage inscriptionists could inscribe. Just like the blood crescent inscription he planned to inscribe. The blood crescent inscription was the inscription with the greatest might that he was currently able to inscribe. After breaking through to the core formation stage, it's different. Since I've developed origin energy and used origin energy to inscribe, so long as my spiritual force satisfies the requirements, I can easily inscribe it. Chapter 82. In the spacious courtyard, the old man stood at the side with a gloomy expression. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" A youth in fluttering, white clothes walked out of the room. "That Duan Lingtian seems to be related to the alchemist guild's guild master, Su Mo," the old man frowned as he slowly spoke. "How is that possible? He's only a branch family disciple, and a disciple with a different surname. How could he be related to the alchemist guild?" Li Qing kept shaking his head. He wasn't willing to believe it. These past few days, Su Mo has been looking for Duan Lingtian at noon every day. I wonder why. Li Tai was slightly fearful. Although he was the Li clan's grand elder, in front of Su Mo he was nothing. Not to mention that Sumo's strength was stronger than his, just based on Sumo's status as a grade 8 alchemist. If Su Mo wanted to deal with him, he didn't even need to make a move himself. He only needed to say a word, and a group of people would rush forward to kill him, just to sell a favor to Su Mo. This was the influence of a grade 8 alchemist. "Grandfather, could it be that the enmity of my finger is just going to be forgotten? I'm not willing." Li Qing's expression was gloomy, and his breathing became hurried. "Qing, you can be at ease. Grandfather will definitely avenge you. Now, since Su Mo is related to Duan Lingtian, I'll stay out of it and let others deal with him." A cold smile appeared on Li Tai's face. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Li Qing was puzzled. "Money makes the world go round." Li Tai's brows raised. "Grandfather, what you mean is look for Ghastly Shadow." Li Qing's eyes lit up. Ghastly Shadow, the top assassin organization of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, rose up 20 years ago and swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom like a hurricane. As long as it was a mission accepted by Ghastly Shadow, the success rate was 100%. Of course, this was also closely related to Ghastly Shadow's rules. If you want to issue a mission, you have to first pay a deposit and say the target. 3 days later, you have to confirm. See if Ghastly Shadow is willing to accept this mission. If not, you have to return the deposit. If you are willing, you have to pay the rest of the mission fee. Phantom only accepted missions that he was confident in. In Li Qing's opinion, how powerful were the assassins of the Ghost Shadow organization? Wouldn't it be easy to kill Duan Lingtian? Late at night, a tall figure flew out of the Li family mansion. Soon, this person arrived in front of an old building in a remote area of Aurora City and walked in. The hall was spacious and the lights were dim. Behind the counter, a young man with a slightly pale face stood there. Noticing the commotion, he raised his head and looked at the newcomer with a cold gaze. "I will issue a mission. Li family, Duan Lingtian. This is the deposit." The person was very straightforward. He took out a stack of banknotes and slapped it on the counter. Then he turned around and left. "Li clan, Duan Lingtian." The young man buried himself in the registration. Early morning, as the dawn illuminated the earth, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and stretched. It was a new day. Duan Lingtian glanced over and noticed that 2 young girls were happily chatting in the courtyard. "Little Fei, you came over so early. Did you miss me?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he greedily sized up the young girl's hot and devilish figure. "I'm not here to find you. I'm here to find little sister Kerr. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily. Duan Lingtian didn't mind. He ate his breakfast while eavesdropping on the conversation between the two girls. In the end, he found that the two girls were talking about interesting things from their childhood. After finishing breakfast, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion alone. Su and Mo had brought him good news yesterday. Of the 5 rare materials needed for the Blood Crescent inscription, the remaining 2 would arrive in Aurora City in 2 days. Therefore, he started to prepare the other materials. A total of 11 materials were needed to inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. The other 6 materials were relatively common. Arriving at the huge trade market of Aurora City, Duan Lingtian walked into the medicine store that sold the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Among the 6 materials, 3 of them were relatively common. Shopkeeper. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian greeted the shopkeeper. Soon, under Duan Lingtian's puzzled gaze, the shopkeeper welcomed him into a small room in the medicine store. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Someone wants your life. The shopkeeper's gaze constricted as he spoke bluntly. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the misconception that the shopkeeper's temperament had changed. If it was said that the shopkeeper in the past was only a pure and scrupulous merchant, the current shopkeeper faintly revealed a profound and unfathomable aura. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. This medicine store's shopkeeper wasn't simple. The Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai, issued a mission at Ghastly Shadow last night, and the target is you. The shopkeeper spoke bluntly. Ghastly Shadow. Duan Lingtian's gaze constricted. He had heard of this famous assassin organization in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're a member of Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. Exactly. During the day, I'm the shopkeeper of this medicine store, and at night I'm the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. The shopkeeper slowly nodded. Shopkeeper, what you're doing seems to be against the rules for Ghastly Shadow, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly moved. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I don't want my business partner to be killed because of some people and ruin my road to riches for nothing. The shopkeeper was very straightforward. As far as he was concerned, the money Li Tai used to hire assassins wasn't even enough to cover a fraction of the benefits Duan Lingtian's 6 treasures body-tempering liquid would bring him. He naturally knew what was more important, and what was more important. Then what you mean now is to refuse his mission? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. The shopkeeper nodded. If I issue a mission to you now that targets this Li Tai, would your Ghastly Shadow accept? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course. Ghastly Shadow only recognizes money and not people. However, the price of the Li clan's grand elder is extremely expensive. The shopkeeper said. How much? 1 million silver. So expensive. Of course. Li Tai is the Li clan's grand elder after all, an existence at the 8th level of the origin core stage. If you really want to issue this mission, then seeing that we're business partners, I can give you a 20% discount. 20% discount? 20% discount is still 800,000 silver. You Ghastly Shadow are too greedy. You can owe me, but I won't charge you interest and deduct it from the profits of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Forget it. I can't bear to part with 800,000 silver. I'll do it myself. You. What? You doubt me? A little. How about this? I don't need your Ghastly Shadow to kill him. Just do me a small favor. After obtaining the shopkeeper's agreement and buying the required medicinal materials, Duan Lingtian left the medicine store in satisfaction. 800,000 silver, killing Li Tai. To Duan Lingtian, it wasn't worth it. However, Li Tai actually issued a mission to kill him in Ghastly Shadow. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After buying the remaining materials, Duan Lingtian returned home. Su Mo didn't come this afternoon. Duan Lingtian had taught him everything he could. The rest could only rely on himself to comprehend. 3 days later, late at night, Ghastly Shadow's stronghold in Aurora City. How's the confirmation of the mission I issued 3 days ago? Killing a first-level core formation martial artist like him. 100,000 silver should be enough, right? Li Tai looked at the young man behind the counter and asked, 100,000 silver? Customer, are you joking? A cold light flashed within the eyes of the pale-faced young man, causing others to tremble with fear. What? Li Tai's heart jerked as he had a bad premonition. According to the information Ghastly Shadow obtained, this Duan Lingtian is the young genius ranked number 1 on the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list. Just this point alone, we'll have to charge you at least 300,000 silver. The young man slowly said, 300,000 silver? Sure. Li Tai clenched his teeth. Although it was slightly painful, he still agreed. Customer, I haven't finished speaking. The young man frowned. What else do you want to say? Li Tai was puzzled. Besides that, we also found out that this Duan Lingtian is extremely close to the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Su Mo. Su Mo is a member of the Alchemist Guild, so killing someone who has a close relationship with him is extremely risky for us. So, in summary, our Ghastly Shadow wants 1 million silver for this Duan Lingtian. The young man continued, 1 million silver. Li Tai was dumbstruck. Although when the young man mentioned Su Mo, he already guessed that this mission couldn't be completed. He never imagined that the Ghastly Shadow would set the price of Duan Lingtian at 1 million silver. Not to mention that he didn't have so much silver on him. Even if he did, he wouldn't be willing to part with it. It was only a kid at the first level of the core formation stage. Even if his strength was slightly strange, it was only comparable to a kid at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. To him, killing a kid like this was as easy as cutting grass. Customer, may I ask if you still want to issue this mission? The young man looked at Li Tai and asked, No, return the deposit to me. Li Tai hurriedly shook his head. What a joke! 1 million silver. With so much money, he could issue a mission to kill an origin core martial artist in Ghastly Shadow. After Li Tai left, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the inner room. Manager. The young man hurriedly bowed to the person who came. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the manager of the medicine store. I'm curious how he killed Li Tai. The middle-aged man's heart jerked, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Li family estate. Grandfather, how was it? When Li Qing saw Li Tai return, he hurriedly asked. He knew what Li Tai went out to do, so he had been waiting at home for the results. I cancelled the mission. Li Tai shook his head. Li Qing was stupefied. Grandfather, why? That Ghastly Shadow actually offered a price of 1 million silver. Li Tai's face sank. What? It's only a kid at the core formation stage. 1 million silver, are they robbing money? Li Qing had a face full of disbelief. They found out about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Su Mo, so they were afraid and offered such a high price. Qing, don't worry, even if Ghastly Shadow doesn't accept this mission, Grandfather won't let that Duan Lingtian live. Li Tai guaranteed to Li Qing. Thank you, Grandfather, Li Qing said excitedly. Chapter 83. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged. In front of him there was a cauldron and a pile of materials. Besides that, there were also 2 violet, flexible swords that were as thin as cicadas' wings. They were precisely the violet meteorite flexible swords. First, refined 3 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and with a raise of his hand, the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords appeared in his hands. Whoosh! The weapon flame burned, and not long after, the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords transformed into a ball of liquid, the liquefied form of violet meteorite. Immediately after, the other metal materials were also melted by the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hands. After the impurities were extracted, they transformed into pools of liquid that jumped and boiled in the air. Under Duan Lingtian's control, the liquid formed from the violet meteorite merged with the liquid formed from the other few metals. Along with Duan Lingtian's mysterious movements, the liquid that had fused together finally divided into 3 balls. Finally, they transformed into 3 dark violet flexible swords. The 3 flexible swords were similar in size to the violet meteorite flexible swords from before, and were similarly as thin as cicada's wings. Done! Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, and the 3 flexible swords fell into his hands. Holding one of the flexible swords, his origin energy flashed, and the strength of 4 ancient mammoths poured into it. Wham! The sword hummed. Not bad. It's stronger than an ordinary grade 9 spirit weapon. The amplification is more than 10%, and the strength has increased by around 2,500 pounds, comparable to the strength of half an ancient mammoth. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. A spirit weapon refined by a grade 9 weapon craftsman would usually only increase the strength by close to 10%. A grade 9 spirit weapon that was able to increase strength by 10% was already considered a fine product. The grade 9 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian refined for the first time obviously surpassed a fine product. In the future, I'll call you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword. Duan Lingtian glanced at the dark violet flexible sword in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian used all the remaining materials. He started to inscribe inscriptions on the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords. Now, the 5 materials that Duan Lingtian had asked Suemo to help him collect were all here, together with the materials that Duan Lingtian had bought from the market. It was enough to inscribe the blood crescent inscription. Duan Lingtian only spent 2 hours to refine 3 9th-grade spirit swords. It took him half a day to inscribe the 3 blood ruin inscriptions. He didn't even have time to eat lunch. Done! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the blood-red glow on the sword. The 3 crepe myrtle soft swords were all inscribed with the blood crescent inscription. At this time, he only felt a wave of exhaustion hit him, and he was drowsy. After asking Kerr to heat up the meal, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep before the sky turned dark. He slept until the next morning. After waking up, he still felt a little dizzy. Inscribing inscriptions really consumes a lot of mental energy. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. However, when he saw his work yesterday, he felt that it was all worth it. Duan Lingtian kept one of the 3 crepe myrtle soft swords. As for the other 2, Duan Lingtian gave one each to Kerr and his mother, Liro. Young master, I feel that cultivating sword skills with the crepe myrtle soft sword seems to be much stronger. Is it my imagination? The young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Whoosh! The nearby Liro brandished her sword as well. Spirit weapon. Liro was more knowledgeable than the young girl and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She looked at the nearby youth with a stupefied expression. Tian, this is... Mom, besides being a grade 9 alchemist, I'm also a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Also, I've inscribed the blood crescent inscription on both your and Kerr's crepe myrtle soft swords. You only have to control your origin energy and slightly fuse it into the sword to activate it. If this blood crescent inscription can be used unexpectedly, even if it's an origin core stage martial artist, once struck by it, it would still be a narrow escape. Blood crescent inscription? Able to annihilate an origin core stage martial artist? The young and old beauties were stunned and couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Young master, you're really formidable. The young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration, causing Duan Lingtian to feel slightly complacent. Li Ro's gaze became slightly absent-minded and her heart trembled. Brother Feng, did you see? Our son is very capable. Even if he doesn't have the Duan clan to rely on, he isn't inferior to his peers in the Duan clan. In front of Li Ro's eyes, that tall and sturdy figure seemed to appear again. That figure was once her sky. Right, Tian Ke? Shi's family moved away a few days ago. What happened? I haven't seen you two interact with Shi recently. Did you two get into a fight? Li Ro suddenly asked. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an innocent expression. That day, after he admitted defeat to Li Qing during the clan's martial meet, Li Shi had started to intentionally distance herself from him. Later on, he'd coincidentally met Li Shi a few times, but the gaze Li Shi looked at him with had become extremely unfamiliar and even had a trace of disdain mixed within. He never expected that Li Shi would actually move away from his house. I don't know either. Ke lightly shook her head as well. Inner court. In a large courtyard extremely far away from Duan Lingtian's house. Whoosh! The sword in the young girl's hand moved along with her body. She was dripping with sweat, and the bitter corners of her mouth faintly had a trace of self-ridicule mixed within. It was precisely Li Shi. During this period of time, Li Shi's mood was extremely depressed. Ever since she'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's formidable strength, she'd started to have an infatuated feeling towards Duan Lingtian. However, when Duan Lingtian admitted defeat during the clan's martial meet and gave the first place to Li Qing, the lofty image of Duan Lingtian in her heart had completely collapsed. Because of this, she'd started to reject Duan Lingtian and intentionally distanced herself from him. However, at this moment, a shocking news caused her to feel as if she'd fallen into an ice cave. During this year's Genius Gathering, Duan Lingtian had chopped off Li Qing's finger and successively defeated the Xiao clan's and Lin clan's younger generation's number one, becoming number one in the hidden dragon ranking. At that moment, she felt extremely ashamed in her heart. The youth she'd looked down upon had used his formidable strength to prove everything. Of course, all of this, in her eyes, seemed to be mocking her short-sightedness. Because of this, she didn't have the courage to face Duan Lingtian again, and directly went to find the inner court manager to move out. If I hadn't distanced myself from him at that time, perhaps Li Shi felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. But unfortunately, in this world, there were no ifs, and there was no medicine for regret. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Li Fei's door. He heard a burst of hearty laughter that was full of energy. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that the old man had surely broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Congratulations, grandfather. Stepping in, Duan Lingtian spoke loudly. At this moment, the old man came out of his room, his face glowing. When he saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen his future grandson-in-law. Lingtian kid, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, even if I forcefully broke through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, this old life of mine wouldn't be able to live for long. Grandfather, you're too courteous. We're all family. Duan Lingtian smiled. Bah, who's your family? Li Fei, who heard the commotion and walked out of her room, heard Duan Lingtian's words, and her pretty face turned slightly red as she angrily said, Fei, you little girl, you were still talking about this brat Lingtian to me last night. Why don't you recognize him now? All right, grandfather is going to make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. This brat Lingtian is grandfather's guest and also my benefactor. You can't neglect him. The old man said goodbye to Li Fei and left. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Being betrayed by the old man, Li Fei was a little embarrassed and angry. Little Fei, what are you talking about? Also, you have to listen to grandfather's words. Don't neglect me. Duan Lingtian stepped out and unceremoniously walked into Li Fei's room. You actually entered my room. Li Fei's autumn eyes stared and angrily followed in. What's wrong with entering your room? I still want to sleep on your bed. Duan Lingtian chuckled and took advantage of the situation to fall directly onto Li Fei's bed. You! Li Fei angrily shouted and was about to stretch out her hand to pull Duan Lingtian up. But how could her strength be compared to Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian pulled her into his embrace and fell onto the bed together. Little Fei, don't make trouble. Li Fei struggled but was unable to break free from Duan Lingtian. Her pair of autumn eyes were filled with tears. You bully me. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart softened and released Li Fei. You're a rascal, Li Fei angrily said. Didn't you already know this long ago? Duan Lingtian laughed. Humph, stinking rascal. But thank you for grandfather's matter. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's voice was no different from the sound of a mosquito. What's there to thank? You're my wife, so your grandfather is also my grandfather, Duan Lingtian said with a thick face. Right, little Fei, tell me about yourself. Where are your parents? Duan Lingtian suddenly asked. Parents? Li Fei took a deep breath. My parents met with an accident when I was still young and didn't understand anything, and they passed away. Duan Lingtian found out about Li Fei's parents from Li Fei. It turned out that many years ago, the Li clan had once met with a calamity. At that time, many people died, including Li Fei's parents. Although the Li clan had taken their revenge later on, it was impossible for the dead to be resurrected. I really miss my father, I really miss my mother. I heard grandfather say that they doted on me very much in the past. Li Fei's delicate body started trembling, and tears fell like rain. Little Fei, it's all in the past, don't be sad. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and pulled Li Fei into his embrace as he consoled her. In the end, perhaps because she was tired from crying, Li Fei directly fell asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace. I never thought that this girl had such a past. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Fei's exquisite cheeks and sighed in his heart. At this moment, although a beauty was in his embrace, he didn't have any evil thoughts and only felt pity. Bad guy, you only know how to bully me, Suddenly, Li Fei stretched out her delicate fists and randomly smashed at Duan Lingtian as she muttered. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that Li Fei had woken up, but when he looked carefully, he realized that Li Fei was talking in her sleep. Duan Lingtian, you big scoundrel, you're not allowed to look at Xiaolan. If you do, I'll dig out your eyes. Li Fei seemed to be dreaming, and only after muttering to herself for a while did she recover her calm. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. What kind of dream was this little Fei having? Approximately an hour later, Li Fei woke up. You! Only now did she realize that she had fallen asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace, and her face instantly flushed red. Little Fei! I never thought that you have the habit of talking in your sleep. But when did I look at Xiaolan? You actually want to dig out my eyes. Too ruthless. Chapter 84. Did you hear that? Li Fei's angelic face was as red as an apple. Little Fei, I'll take good care of you in the future. Duan Lingtian's hand slowly rubbed the girl's hair as he said softly, If you dare to bully me in the future, I'll cut you. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and pretended to cut Duan Lingtian's little brother. Who did you learn that from? Duan Lingtian's face turned pale. This was not a joke. Are you scared? Li Fei smiled proudly. Why do I feel like I'm a sheep in a tiger's den? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, looking at Li Fei's beautiful cheeks and feeling the warmth of Li Fei's body. Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and his eyes became somewhat blurred. Just as he was about to make a move, Fei, Or did that boy Ling Tian leave? The old man's voice came from outside. When the old man saw the boy and girl coming out of the room, his face was strange. Grandpa, there's nothing between us. Li Fei hurriedly explained. Yes, there's nothing between us. Grandpa, I'll leave first. Duan Ling Tian was like a child that was caught stealing candy, and he hurriedly ran away. When leaving Li Fei's house, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. After this incident, the relationship between him and Li Fei was completely clear. At the same time, he couldn't help but be vigilant. After all, there were still people eyeing him covetously. Maybe it's time to solve it. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he directly left the Li family mansion and entered the inner area of the fog forest alone to hunt ferocious beasts. In the next few days, he would leave the Li family mansion at the same time. He's able to keep his composure. In the inner area of the fog forest, after killing a ferocious beast, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. However, what he did not lack the most was patience. Late at night, in the spacious courtyard, Li Qing greeted the old man who had just entered. Grandpa, that Duan Lingtian has been going to the fog forest alone for several days. You've been secretly observing him these past few days. Have you found anything? I was originally worried that Su Mo would follow him to protect him, but I noticed that when Duan Lingtian went to the Misty Forest these past few days, Su Mo had always stayed in the Alchemist Guild and didn't go out at all. Since some time ago, he seems to have completely cut off all ties with Duan Lingtian. Li Tai's eyebrows twitched. Maybe they don't have anything to do with each other in the first place. We're just overthinking it. Li Qing said again. Perhaps. Li Tai nodded. The next morning. Success. Looking at the 5 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile on his face. After many days of hard work, he finally completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the first level of the body tempering stage, causing his fleshly body to gain the strength of an ancient mammoth. Now he was confident. Even if he faced a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would still be able to crush them. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian once again went out alone. After entering the fog forest this time, he started to walk deeper into the inner area. With his current strength, the fierce beasts at the edge of the inner area were no longer able to give him any pressure. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian encountered a savage, fierce beast. It had sarcomas that were like thorns growing on its body and a pair of eyes that flickered with an azure light. Its appearance was similar to a wolf, but it was an entire size larger than a wolf. Ow! The fierce beast roared and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the fierce beast. In other words, this fierce beast's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. However, fierce beasts were innately sensitive towards the control of strength. It could even be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Its strength even surpassed an ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Come at me. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. He didn't even plan on using the violet myrtle flexible sword. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's entire body flashed out with a speed that far surpassed the fierce beast that pounced towards him. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Collapsing fist. His body was like a strong bow that was pulled taut. Duan Lingtian's fist swung out and smashed onto the fierce beast's head, blasting it flying. Bang! The fierce beast's body was enormous, and dust filled the air when it landed. Satisfying. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Duan Lingtian quickly walked forward towards the fierce beast. A trace of fear vaguely flashed within the fierce beast's eyes that flickered with an azure light. It slowly stood up and roared at Duan Lingtian before turning around and fleeing. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He reacted. "Wanna flee?" A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as his figure flashed. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than the fierce beast, and he caught up to the fierce beast in the blink of an eye. Ow! Perhaps knowing that it couldn't escape today, the fierce beast's eyes emitted an ominous glint as it desperately pounced towards Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, shattering the fierce beast's skull with a few punches. I don't know what fierce beast this is, but its fur and parts should be able to sell for some money. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This is a spiky wolf. Its fur and parts can be sold for 1,000 silver. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian, dispelling his doubts. Duan Lingtian slowly turned around. Standing before him was a tall old man. The old man's clothes also had the Li family's emblem. A member of the Li family. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he faintly guessed the identity of the person who came. Only 16 years old. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Needless to say, your natural talent, not to mention Aurora City, even in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, is sufficient to be ranked at the top. The old man's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he said with slight regret, "Unfortunately, today you will die for sure." "Grand Elder, are you so sure that I will die for sure?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "You know me." Li Tai's pupils constricted. In his impression, Duan Lingtian should have never seen him before. Among the elders of the Li family, apart from you, Li Qing's grandfather, I really can't think of a second person who wants to kill me. Duan Lingtian laughed. "You're about to die, yet you can still laugh." Li Tai's face sank. At the same time, he couldn't help but vigilantly look at the surroundings. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian dared to be so calm, it was very likely that someone was protecting him. "Grand Elder, there's no need to look. No one followed me." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "No one followed you." Li Tai's eyebrows raised. "You're not afraid of death?" "Of course I am. There's no one who isn't afraid of death," Duan Lingtian said honestly. "Then you can still laugh?" Li Tai asked in a deep voice. "Grand Elder, I'm very curious. If I don't laugh now, will you let me go?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked. "Of course not. Today you will die for sure." Li Tai snorted coldly. "Then isn't that right? Whether I laugh or not makes no difference. Why do I have to put on a long face?" The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider. "I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you, Dai." Li Tai's gaze turned cold as he took a step forward, leaving behind a string of afterimages. His speed was extremely fast. Above his head, close to 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out, their imposing auras like rainbows. Boom! Li Tai slapped out with his palm. A vast amount of yuan power suddenly descended. Instantly, the sound of air exploding rose and fell in succession. A formless, strong wind swept through the surrounding forest, causing the surrounding forest to flutter. A wave of pressure enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Under Li Tai's slightly astonished gaze, Duan Lingtian directly charged towards him, as if he wanted to welcome Li Tai's palm strike head-on. Has this kid gone mad? Duan Lingtian's hand grasped onto the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword at his waist. Sword drawing arts. His sword was like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Li Tai's chest as it flashed out, as if transforming into a violet, venomous snake. Insignificant skill. Li Tai laughed coldly as his palm descended and slapped towards the body of the violet, myrtle, flexible sword. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's yuan power fiercely trembled as it gushed into the body of the violet, myrtle, flexible sword. Instantly, a strand of bloody light leaped up on the body of the sword. Swish! A strand of bloody light, like a crescent moon, flashed towards Li Tai's chest. At this moment, Li Tai's palm descended and slapped the violet myrtle flexible sword away from Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian's hand trembled as the webbing between his thumb and index finger split open, dripping with fresh blood. Inscription pattern. Li Tai's low cry sounded out. Clang! The blood-red crescent moon shattered Li Tai's defensive chi barrier. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that Li Tai's body was going to be penetrated by the power of the blood crescent pattern. Hua! The pendant on Li Tai's neck flickered with a strand of dark blue brilliance, condensing into a dark blue crystal wall, blocking the power of the blood crescent pattern. Crack! The pendant shattered, completing its mission. Crystal wall inscription pattern. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. No matter how much he calculated, he didn't expect Li Tai to have the crystal wall inscription pattern on his body. The crystal wall inscription pattern was a defensive inscription pattern. In terms of grade, it wasn't inferior to the blood crescent pattern. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness. For the past few days, he had been entering the misty forest every day. He wanted to use himself as bait to lure Li Tai, this big fish, to take the bait. In his opinion, with the blood crescent pattern, he was confident that he could kill Li Tai. But who would have thought that Li Tai would have the crystal wall inscription pattern? It blocked his only trump card. Boom! The power of the inscription patterns clashed. Li Tai's body was affected by the shock wave. He flew for more than 10 meters before he staggered and stabilized himself. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying inscription pattern. Li Tai's expression was gloomy. Today he almost failed miserably. Just now, if he didn't activate the defensive inscription pattern in time, he would have died without a doubt. A chill rose in his heart. I also didn't expect you to have a defensive inscription pattern. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, feeling helpless. There were many types of inscriptions. There were offensive inscriptions, defensive inscriptions, and support inscriptions. The blood crescent pattern belonged to the offensive inscription pattern. Today, if I didn't have the defensive inscription pattern, I would have died without a doubt. No wonder, when you saw me, you didn't seem surprised at all. You knew I was coming and planned to kill me with the inscription pattern, right? Li Tai took a deep breath and asked word by word. At this moment, the 16-year-old youth in front of him made him feel a wave of fear. At such a young age, his thoughts were already so meticulous. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a formidable person. He couldn't help but think that if his grandson Li Qing was half as good as the youth in front of him, he wouldn't have to worry about him. Yes, at this moment, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid to admit it. His heart felt bitter. It wasn't easy for me to travel to this world and be reborn. However, the black-clothed man's speed was even faster, like a ghost, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. Wham! A strand of white light flashed past. Li Tai's body trembled and flew out. His hands tightly clutched at his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood from gushing out. The dignified Li clan's grand elder ended his life just like that. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man took off his mask. It was precisely the medicine store's manager. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the black-clothed man's true appearance, because he noticed it long ago. However, the black-clothed man's cultivation still gave him fright. 9th level origin core stage. Such a cultivation was comparable to the Li clan's patriarch Liao. Manager, I've known you for so long, but I seem to still not know your name. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he stared at the black-clothed man. During the day, I'm called Tang Oniu. At night, I'm Tanging, codenamed Blood Moon. Tanging smiled. Tang Oniu? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. No matter what, it was difficult for him to connect this name with the ghost shadow assassin who killed decisively earlier. The inscription you used earlier was the blood crescent inscription. Suddenly, Tanging looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. You inscribed it yourself? Tang Ying asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. Tang Ying glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then sized up Duan Lingtian. I really want to capture you and dissect you to see what other secrets you have. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. There's no need for that. I want some blood crescent inscriptions. Tang Ying suddenly spoke. Sure, but you have to prepare the materials yourself. Besides that, I'll charge 100,000 silver for each blood crescent inscription. A trace of craftiness flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You, really ruthless. The corners of Tang Ying's mouth twitched, but he still said, Deal. Before Tang Ying left, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask, You've been following behind me these past few days? Tang Ying rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, Do you think I'm like you having so much free time? I still have to look after the store during the day. I asked someone to monitor Li Tai, and when Li Tai left Aurora City, I followed him here. I'm also curious as to why you're so confident that you can kill Li Tai. In the end, someone failed miserably. Ha! As he finished speaking, Tang Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. No matter what, I owe you my life this time. I'll inscribe the first 10 blood crescent inscriptions for you for free. Duan Lingtian never liked owing favors. So generous? Then I won't be stingy either. I'll waive the mission fee for killing Li Tai. Tang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian with a bit of surprise. Chapter 86. All right, I'll take care of this matter myself. After hearing Tang Ying's apprehensive words, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head to express his understanding. After bidding farewell to Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. Everything was as usual. However, in the afternoon, the Li family estate was in an uproar. The Li family's grand elder had died in the misty forest. Duan Lingtian originally didn't intend to join in the fun, but Li Fei had dragged him and Kerr out. The outer court martial arts practice field of the Li family estate was currently filled with people. When they saw Duan Lingtian walk over, the crowd automatically parted to form a path towards Duan Lingtian, the number 1 person on the hidden dragon ranking and the future pillar of the Li family. Everyone had to give him some face. Little Fei, you didn't drag me here just to have me open a path for you, right? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he asked somewhat suspiciously, I didn't. Could it be that you didn't want to join in the fun? I heard that the Wang family of Triumph City discovered the Grand Elder's corpse. Alas, now that the Grand Elder is dead, Li Qing has completely no one to rely on. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's gaze was somewhat complicated. What? You're concerned about him? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. No, I'm just a little emotional. Li Qing is the same as me. His parents also died in that calamity that year, so he and his grandfather relied on each other for survival since he was young. Li Fei shook her head. So it's like this. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he also brought Li Fei and Kerr to stand in front of the surrounding crowd. Within the martial arts practice field, a group of Li family elders stood behind Liao. Opposite them stood 7 young people, both male and female. These 7 people were the Wang family's disciples that Duan Lingtian had met in the fog forest this morning. In the middle of the 2 groups of people, Grand Elder Li Tai was lying there. He had died a miserable death. Besides his right hand being chopped off, his throat was also slit by a sharp weapon. Liao and the other Li family elders didn't look too good. Dear nephews, when you found the great elder's body, did you find anything else in the surroundings? Liao looked at the 7 people from the Wang family and asked, Patriarch Li, we've looked around, but we didn't find anything. A Wang family disciple said, I'll have to trouble all of you. This is an important matter. and the Li family has no time to entertain all of you. Consider these origin-increasing pills as a token of my appreciation." Li Ao took out a bottle of origin-increasing pills and handed it over. The disciples of the Wang family accepted the pills and were all overjoyed. "Patriarch Li, we understand. Farewell." The 7 members of the Wang clan came and went like the wind. "Grandfather." Suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside the crowd. A youth in white rushed into the crowd and knelt beside Li Tai's body. His body trembled as he cried bitterly. It was precisely Li Qing. "Li Qing, my condolences. Our Li family will surely do our best to investigate this matter and seek justice for the Grand Elder." "Patriarch," Li Ao consoled. "Investigate? There's no need to investigate. I know who the murderer is." Li Qing's eyes were crimson red as he raised his head with a savage expression. "You know?" Li Ao was stunned. "Li Qing, if you know, you can say it. I want to know who is so audacious as to dare kill our Li family's Grand Elder. Does he really think our Li family is a bunch of sick cats?" An old man behind Li Ao spoke in a low voice that contained boundless rage. "Exactly. Killing the Grand Elder is tantamount to slapping our Li family's face. Li Qing, you don't have to be afraid. You can speak frankly. I also want to know who is the one who ate the bear's heart and leopard's courage. If we find this person, we must tear him into 1,000 pieces." Each and every one of the Li clan elders were enraged. The gazes of the surrounding crowd landed on Li Qing's figure. They all wanted to know who was the murderer Li Qing spoke of. Finally, Li Qing's gaze flashed past the surrounding crowd. In the end, his gaze stopped on a violet-colored figure. "Patriarch, it's him, Duan Lingtian." Li Qing pointed at the violet-clothed youth in the distance, with a face full of rage. Seeing Li Qing point at him and even say that he was the murderer, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he calmly met Li Qing's gaze, neither servile nor overbearing. When everyone present heard Li Qing's words, their gazes followed Li Qing's finger and descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. For a moment, the scene went slightly out of control. Has Li Qing gone mad? He actually said that the murderer is Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Even if Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit and his fleshly body has the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, even if he broke through to the core formation stage now, his strength would only be comparable to a 3rd-level core formation martial artist. Killing an 8th-level origin core stage Grand Elder with a strength at the 3rd level of the core formation stage? To think that Li Qing could say that. He wouldn't have gone mad from the shock of the Grand Elder's death, right? Duan Lingtian? How could that be possible? This Li Qing wouldn't be trying to use his position to avenge a private grudge, right? I heard that during this year's Hidden Dragon List competition, Duan Lingtian even broke his finger because he was overbearing. Could it be because of that? Even if he wants to use his position to avenge a private grudge, he should find a reasonable excuse. Exactly, actually framing Duan Lingtian as the murderer who would believe that. When the discussions of the crowd entered into Li Qing's ears, it caused Li Qing's face to go ghastly pale. I'm not lying. Duan Lingtian is the murderer. He's the murderer. Li Qing roared as he abruptly stood up. His body moved, and the strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a madman. Swimming dragon steps. Dark Netherfinger. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move that directly targeted Duan Lingtian's vital point. Li Qing. Patriarch Li Ao's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. But how could the current Li Qing pay attention to Li Ao? You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward. He didn't even bother to use a martial skill and casually threw out a punch. For ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him. Bang! This punch's speed far surpassed Li Qing's finger and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing crashed onto the ground with a bang. his expression unsightly. He struggled to get up and intended to attack once more. Enough! Liao's tall figure blocked Li Qing's path, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Li Qing, if you can produce evidence, then speak frankly. If you want to use the death of the Grand Elder to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian and avenge a private grudge, then I'll punish you according to the clan's rules right now. Don't forget, the Grand Elder is your grandfather. His corpse hasn't even turned cold yet you're busy taking revenge. How can he rest in peace in the netherworld? Patriarch! Li Qing knelt on the ground sorrowfully. I didn't avenge a private grudge. Everything I said is true. Then why don't you tell me why you say Duan Lingtian is the murderer? Liao asked in a low voice. The gazes of everyone descended onto Liao. Patriarch, since my grandfather is already dead, there are some things that I won't conceal anymore. Li Qing took a deep breath and slowly said, During the gathering of geniuses, Duan Lingtian broke one of my fingers and almost crippled my dark nether finger. Grandfather was very angry because of this and had said many times that he would teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Hearing Li Qing's words, Liao's expression was unsightly. No matter what, Li Tai was still the Li clan's grand elder, yet he was actually so narrow-minded. The gathering of geniuses and the competition for the hidden dragon ranking were all approved by the 3 great clans of Aurora City, so it couldn't be any fairer. Injuries were unavoidable in a sparring match. The crowd went into an uproar. So the Grand Elder is this kind of person. I thought the Grand Elder was different from us, but I didn't expect him to be the same as us and even more selfish. Li Qing was injured by Duan Lingtian at the Gathering of Geniuses. Many people witnessed it. Li Qing was overbearing first, so Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. Thinking about it, Li Qing is his only grandson after all. To think that I respected the Grand Elder so much in the past. So he's this kind of person. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. Was this Li Qing an idiot? His grandfather was already dead, yet he still dared to ruin his grandfather's reputation. It could be imagined that if Li Tai came back from the dead, he would very likely be angered to death by Li Qing. However, at this moment, Li Qing had already lost his reason as he continued. These past few days I noticed that Duan Lingtian went to the Misty Forest every day, so I told Grandfather. Early this morning, Grandfather followed Duan Lingtian, but I never imagined that what I waited for would be Grandfather's corpse. Patriarch, if the murder wasn't Duan Lingtian, then who could it be? Li Qing said hysterically, but he did notice that Liao's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. Hua! Almost at the same time Li Qing finished speaking, the crowd went into a restless uproar. Followed Duan Lingtian to the Misty Forest? This doesn't seem like someone purely intending to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian entered the Misty Forest. Even if he died, no one would suspect the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is too overbearing. Li Qing only had a finger severed, and it was reattached later on. Because of this, he actually had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. The Grand Elder is too terrifying. The expressions of all the Li clan disciples froze. Following Duan Lingtian into the Misty Forest, purely for the sake of teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson? Only an idiot would believe that. Li Qing, don't speak without thinking. How could the Grand Elder be such a person? Liao's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Exactly. I believe that with the Grand Elder's character, he would absolutely not do such a thing. I believe it as well. Li Qing, don't be blinded by hatred. Slandering your grandfather for your own selfish desires is truly wrong. The Li clan elders all expressed their opinions. What a joke. There were so many Li clan disciples present today. Even if Grand Elder Li Tai really did such a thing, they wouldn't admit it. The Li clan's Grand Elder was no longer purely an individual, but represented the entire Li clan. Patriarch, I'm not lying. Li Qing instantly became anxious and roared when he saw that no one believed him. Enough! Li Ao shouted explosively. Where's the enforcement, elder? Patriarch! From the group of elders behind Li Ao, an old man in a black robe walked out. Li Qing slandered my Li clan's grand elder. Drag him out and give him 30 beatings as a warning to others, Li Ao ordered. Yes, Patriarch. The enforcement elder strode out and grabbed Li Qing like an eagle catching a chick. Patriarch, what I said is true, what I said is true. Chapter 87. When they saw Li Qing being so stubborn, the crowd began to denounce him again. Most importantly, Li Qing has really gone mad. Only 16 years old. The Patriarch obviously was younger than Xiao Yu by an entire 2 years. Yet he's still It could be imagined that when Duan Lingtian was 18 years old, not him, his strength if the grand elder knew even that his grandson treated him like he would leave after his death, I wonder how he would feel. Patriarch, I know what exactly. You mean. Even if the grand elder really wanted to kill the Misty Forest, it was for him. I wholeheartedly hunted grandson beasts and didn't notice anything amiss. Probably wouldn't be able to rest the great elder. Even in the afterlife. With the great elder strength, to think that I let my son it would be impossible for me to notice. Past. As I was Duan Lingtian finished to let your son worship Duan Lingtian as an idol. I understand this. He's the number one person only asking as a matter of routine. Hidden dragon also, moreover, even if you weren't able to notice the great elder, the next you don't 2 have years, to worry number about one in the hidden dragon ranking. He's an origin surely stage martial artist. At the same time that they were denouncing. You'll definitely be able to surpass him before Duan, the age of 30. Lingtian, and Li Qing. Li Ao lightly nodded if they didn't console him at the same time. When they made the comparison, I'll work hard. Li Qing was even Duan, more Lingtian nodded to the point and his gaze was firm like iron and bruises. Also, I didn't expect you don't take the matter from so last time to heart. I was only doing it for the sake of the Li clan's face. So it's your fortune to be able to be my wife, but still spoke out. Lingtian laughed in his eyes slyly. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian of the past, and she instantly being able to ascend to first place young in the hidden dragon list. Then should I call 16, big sister such an accomplishment was the first time since the Aurora smiled lightly. Hidden dragon list appeared. You've been led astray by him. Duan Lingtian, Fei's originally rosy cheeks, a new path, seemed as if blood would drip out. Even if Duan Lingtian was only Duan a branch family disciple, couldn't help but laugh. A disciple with a different surname. His brows twitched. He was still worthy of the Li Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I'll come to your house to look for you in an hour. Duan Lingtian this was the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao's these silver tails are a small token of the only Duan Lingtian could hear it. Li Ao took out a stack of silver from his bosom and lightly placed it on the table. He was mentally prepared. Even if Li Ao felt that this matter had nothing to do with him, stunned. Since these silver tails were of the largest the Li clan wanted to find the culprit, and a single one was definitely use him as a breakthrough point. This thick and heavy stack was estimated to be around 1 million taels. Practice. You've brought honor to the clan in this year's Let's Go Out for a Walk. This I have some things I want the clan is giving you. I've already informed the 3 alchemy elders accompany you. If you need to refine medicine, smiled apologetically. You can pay for the materials. Li Fei frowned to refine it for dissatisfaction. They won't charge you a single cent. Li clan leader lightly smiled. Just informed me being ranked voice transmission dragon list. Come to my house. No one in the Li clan had obtained such an honor in the past 10 years. You can't be thinking of me. This time him up. Duan Lingtian had brought honor to the Li smiled bitterly, recalling the envious and jealous expressions of the patriarchs of the Shao clan. He doesn't really think that Lin killed the great days ago, does he? He felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. At the side, thank you. Also had a worried look on her face. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. The patriarch probably just wants to refine a weapon. You can go find to provide. Li Qing said that I was able to kill the great elder Fei, but all of you didn't believe it, willing to refine a spirit weapon for you. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Li Ao continued. Patriarch Li Ao arrived as promised. Stunned. Duan Lingtian received him. You don't have to worry about this. If that Duan Lingtian really wants me to know that with your strength, spirit weapon, it's absolutely impossible for you. Even if I have to risk my life, the great elder. Right at this moment, however, A clear
Since the
voice
great
sounded
elder
out,
followed you. Have you
breaking
seen him?
his short silence.
Liao went straight to the point.
Lingtian saw
His
it.
feelings
Li
towards
Fei was
Duan
supporting her
Lingtian were
grandfather
extremely
as
complicated.
they slowly walked in.
He originally
Duan
thought
Lingtian
that
came to
Duan
his
Lingtian
senses.
was only
So
slightly
Li
stronger
Fei's
than
grandfather was the elder
Who knew
Li that the
during the
patriarch
genius
spoke of.
gathering,
A
he
trace
actually
of being
defeated the
moved
Lin clan's
flashed past his eyes,
and the Xiao
he knew
clan's
that
Xiao
it
Yu.
was surely Li
Ling
Fei who was
Zhuo was
worried
one
that he would
thing.
suffer a loss.
Xiao
He was not
so she
only
brought
the
the old
Xiao
man
clan's
over
number
to
one
support him.
genius in 100 years.
Elder Lida,
He was also
Liao
Aurora City's
hurriedly
number
stood
one
up when he
genius
saw the
in
old
100
man,
years,
and his tone
even
contained a trace
the
of
Li
respect.
clan's patriarch,
mixed
often
within.
sighed with
The Li
emotion.
clan had
How
3
good would
grade
it be
9
if
alchemists.
Xiao Yu was a member
Since his
of the
father,
Li clan,
the previous
today,
patriarch of
Duan
the Li clan,
Lingtian defeating Xiao
left,
Yu had truly
only
given
Lida
him a great
remained
surprise.
as a grade 9 weapons craftsman.
Patriarch, there's no need to be so courteous. Lida spoke indifferently. Suddenly, Liao's pupils constricted. His gaze descended onto the Weapons Craftsman Guild badge on Lida's body. The 2 words Grade 8 tattooed red on it caused his heart to tremble. Elder Lida, you've broken through to become a Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Liao took a deep breath and asked, slightly forgetting himself. Patriarch's eyes are sharp. Lida lightly nodded. After obtaining confirmation, Liao's breathing became hurried once more, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. According to his knowledge, in the past in Aurora City, only the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild was a Grade 8 weapons craftsman, and now a Grade 8 weapons craftsman had actually appeared in their Li clan. This was shockingly good news. Congratulations, Elder Lida. Your wish has been fulfilled, and you've become a Grade 8 weapons craftsman. Since Elder Lida has some business with Duan Lingtian, then I'll take my leave first. Liao said to Lida, then nodded to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei before leaving. Rascal, he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Li Fei asked with concern. No, Patriarch is here to give me money. Duan Lingtian looked at the stack of silver bills on the table. Li Fei went up and flipped through it for a while before crying out in surprise. 1,000,000 taels. Patriarch is really generous. Lingtian kid, your current wealth is probably going to be even richer than mine. Lida laughed. Grandfather, how can I compare to you? If it wasn't for the fact that you've only been helping the clan refine weapons and didn't receive any hard work fees, your wealth would probably have been innumerable long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke. These things were all learned from Li Fei. Looks like Fei sold me out long ago. Girls really do side with outsiders. As he finished speaking, Lida sighed. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'll always be your good granddaughter. Li Fei hurriedly held onto Lida's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Elder Lida, hearing the commotion, Li Ro also walked out of the room and slightly respectfully looked at the old man. You're Ling Tian kid's mother, right? You have a good son. Lida nodded and smiled at Li Ro, his face revealing an amiable expression. Elder, you flatter me, Li Ro said modestly. This time, I came to ask for your opinion on something. You see, Ling Tian kid and my granddaughter are both in love with each other. How about we arrange a marriage for them? Lida asked with a smile. Grandfather, Li Fei blushed. She didn't know about this decision of Lida's. What? You don't want to marry Ling Tian kid? Lida laughed mockingly. Grandfather, you're bullying Fei. Li Fei lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Ro and Duan Lingtian. Elder, of course, I won't refuse this matter. In my opinion, as long as Tian likes it, it's fine. However, I still have to inform the elders that my son has already been engaged to someone else. Li Ro said, I know this. It's that girl called Kerr, right? Lida nodded. Greetings, Elder. At this time, Kerr also came out and bowed to the old man. As expected of a good girl who's both beautiful and intelligent, Ling Tian kid is really lucky. Under his agitated mood, He spurred the horse beneath him to increase its speed and galloped out. Giddy up! Giddy up! Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard two voices from behind him, a male and a female. When he turned around to look, he noticed a youth and a young girl galloping towards him at lightning speed. The youth and young girl were around 17 years old. Their clothes were gorgeous, obviously of extraordinary birth. Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the fine horses under the two people. As the two horses galloped, they were dripping with blood and sweat. In terms of speed, it wasn't something the horse under him could compare to. A Fergana horse is worth 10,000 gold, and it's priceless. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly moved. 10,000 gold was 10,000 taels of gold. In the Cloud Continent, 1 tael of gold was comparable to 100 taels of silver. In other words, a Fergana horse was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of Aurora City weren't so extravagant. It could be guessed that this pair of youth and young girl didn't come from any of the 3 great cities around the Misty Forest. Could it be that they're from the county cities? The Crimson Sky Kingdom was divided into 18 counties and 18 county cities, and their scale was only below the Imperial City. Under each county, there were 81 small cities. Aurora City was one of the thousands of small cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Halt! Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stopped his horse and galloped it to the side of the main road. He didn't want to cause trouble, but sometimes, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that others didn't want to cause trouble. Sister Rue, do you see that commoner in front? When he saw us, he was so scared that he hid on the side of the road. The youth who galloped wildly on his horse laughed heartily. He's afraid of being knocked flying by our Fergana horse. The young girl laughed as well. Sister Rue, how about we have a competition? The youth's gaze flickered as he asked, How? The young girl's interest was piqued. Let's compete on who gets to that commoner's side first and uses the horsewhip to knock him off his horse first. How about it? The youth laughed. All right, giddy up. The young girl replied, and her horsewhip descended onto the Fergana horse. Instantly, the Fergana horse galloped like the wind. Sister Rue, you're cheating. The youth cried out in alarm and followed up. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't hear the conversation between the two of them. Duan Lingtian looked at the youth and young girl galloping over from afar. He planned to wait for them to pass before he set off on his own to avoid causing trouble. Unexpectedly, whoosh! The young girl took the lead and passed by his side first, causing a gust of fierce wind to arise. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression changed, because he saw the horsewhip in the young girl's hand tremble as origin energy suffused the air. She actually swung the horsewhip towards him, flashing straight towards his face above the young girl. 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A 17-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! The horsewhip hadn't even arrived when he felt a gust of strong wind assault his face, scraping his face to the point it hurt. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand grabbed out. The strength of close to 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian's head slap. Duan Lingtian easily grabbed onto the horsewhip. The young girl obviously didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to receive her whip. At the same time that she was stunned, she subconsciously wanted to pull back the horsewhip from Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted strength in his hand. Bang! The Fergana horse galloped away by itself. The young girl was thrown off the horse by Duan Lingtian and emitted a shrill cry. Sister Rue. Nay, the expression of the youth behind her changed greatly as he stopped the horse and flashed to the young girl's side in a few steps before helping her up. Third brother, it hurts. The young girl's face was pale. Lowly commoner, do you know who we are? The The youth's face sank as he spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Duan Lingtian frowned as he spoke indifferently. You're courting death. The youth's expression changed greatly as his figure flashed out. In the blink of an eye, four ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the youth's head, displaying his cultivation. Third level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. A 17-year-old third level of the core formation stage. This talent was simply even more abnormal than Xiao Yu's. Bang! The youth dashed out with a speed as fast as lightning and struck out with his palm, striking the horse under Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as he used the horse's momentum to fly down. The horse emitted a shrill cry as it flew out without a sound. Dead. Die. The youth's icy cold gaze condensed onto Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! His figure flashed like the wind as he struck out with his palm once again. Over 10 palm silhouettes condensed into one in the air before whistling down, enveloping Duan Lingtian. A high-grade, profound, rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jumped. The youth's offensive martial skill wasn't inferior to Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension, coupled with the youth's cultivation being a level higher than Xiao Yu's. Even Xiao Yu would find it difficult to receive a palm strike from the youth. You're unlucky to have encountered me. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he took a step forward to meet the youth. The strength of nearly 5 ancient mammoths exploded out. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! A dark violet sword light followed like a shadow. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as his body flew out with a bang, crashing into the distance in a sorry state as he rolled about in pain. A severed arm fell to the ground. Third brother. The young girl was stupefied. Grandpa, why? The young girl cried out sorrowfully as her voice sounded out. Instantly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw an aged figure abandoning his horse and dashing out from behind the main road in the distance, within Duan Lingtian's field of vision. This figure went from the size of an ant to the size of a fist, and it was still gradually enlarging, closer and closer. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he realized the strength of this person. He stomped on the ground and descended onto the youth's Fergana horse. Flee! Duan Lingtian's legs clamped onto the horse's waist as he spurred the horse out, dashing like the wind. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he glanced at the nearby Triumph City, then turned around to look at the old man who was getting closer and closer. Now he could only hope that the old man would take the youth's injuries into consideration and reattach the youth's severed arm. Otherwise he would die without a doubt. This old man's speed far surpassed the Li clan's grand elder Li Tai. He wasn't even slower than Aqua Mist City's clan supreme elder Zhu Dao. Obviously, this was a nascent soul stage expert. At the same time that he spurred the horse out, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with nervousness and uneasiness. What he was most afraid of now was the old man abandoning the youth and chasing after him. With the old man's strength, once the old man caught up to him, it would be impossible for him to survive. Quick, quick! Duan Lingtian's legs unceasingly clamped onto the Fergana horse's waist as his heart burned with anxiety. Although the Fergana horse's speed was twice as fast as his previous horse. Chapter 89. Quick, quick, quick. Now, Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and directly fly into Triumph City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's perturbed and fearful gaze, the old man stopped, obviously going to look at the youth's injuries. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief, and only now did he notice that his clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he had a feeling as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven. Although the old man didn't chase after him, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and rode the Fergana horse directly into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the pedestrians exclaim in surprise, "Look, it's a Fergana horse again. Could it be that the Fergana horse that passed by earlier was his as well?" Duan Lingtian heard the discussions of the crowd. He frowned, then directly jumped off and took the opportunity to leave when everyone's gazes descended onto the Fergana horse. He blended into the endless stream of people and disappeared without a trace. Could it be that it's popular to throw Fergana horses everywhere? That's a Fergana horse that's worth 10,000 gold. That youth just threw it away like trash. Many people were dumbstruck. Right at this moment, everyone's gazes descended onto the direction of the city gate. An aged figure pulled out a string of afterimages and instantly arrived in front of the Fergana horse. "Did you see that violet-clothed youth that rode his horse into the city?" The old man's gaze was like lightning as it swept past the surrounding crowd, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. "He went that way." Someone pointed towards the direction Duan Lingtian left. "Who?" The old man's figure vanished into the crowd. "So fast. Too fast. I'm a core formation martial artist, at any rate, but I can't even grasp his figure. He's probably an origin core martial artist. I've seen the Zhong family's second elder, Zhong Ying, attack. Zhong Ying is a 7th level origin core martial artist, but his speed doesn't seem to be so fast." The crowd clamored. Duan Lingtian took 7 or 8 detours, circling more than half of Triumph City. Only when the sky turned dark did he finally relax. "Now I need to change out of this set of clothes, or else it will be too obvious." Duan Lingtian looked at his clothes and thought to himself. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a figure walking towards him. Looking at the figure, it was a young man about the same height as him. "Father and mother will definitely be very happy. From tomorrow onwards, I will be a servant of the Zhong family. I will have a salary of 10 taels a month." The young man muttered to himself and hummed a little tune as he walked into the alley. However, he soon quieted down. It was as if his throat was being gripped. Under the moonlight, the dark purple sword flickered with a cold luster. "Spare me, hero. I don't have money. I really don't have money." The young man was so scared that he closed his eyes and said in horror. Duan Lingtian was speechless. "Who wants your money?" "Take off your clothes," Duan Lingtian said. Hero, you want to..." The young man's body trembled and his voice trembled. "Cut the crap. Take off your clothes," Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Yes. The young man nodded and quickly took off his outer clothes. Duan Lingtian took off his clothes and changed into the young man's clothes. However, after he changed his clothes, he found that the young man had taken off his pants and was leaning against the wall. His naked buttocks were facing him and his body was still trembling. "Hero, you must be gentle." This is my first time." Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What kind of person did this guy think he was? Even if he wanted to rape, he didn't have to find a man to do it with, right? "Scram! I only want your clothes." Duan Lingtian kept his sword and kicked the young man's naked buttocks. The young man cried out in pain and said with an aggrieved face, "Hero, you should have said so earlier. Woo. My innocence. Do I look like that kind of person?" Glaring at the young man, Duan Lingtian muttered and left the alley. Triumph City's night market was similar to Aurora City's and was quite lively. After buying a mask from a night market stall and finding a remote place to put it on, Duan Lingtian headed for Ghost Shadow's stronghold in Triumph City. Tang Ying had told him in advance where Ghost Shadow's stronghold was, so he quickly found it. He walked in and arrived in front of the counter. Behind the counter was a young woman around 22 or 23 years old. She had an enchanting body like a water snake and a pair of majestic jade peaks that were ready to burst out. Coupled with her cold face, it formed a sharp contrast. Seeing Duan Lingtian wearing a mask, the woman wasn't surprised, as if it was a common occurrence. Wang Clan, outer court disciple Wang Zhen. Duan Lingtian looked at the woman and lowered his voice, pretending to be hoarse as he spoke. 10,000 taels deposit, confirmed in 3 days. The woman's voice was incomparably cold, without the slightest trace of emotion. Duan Lingtian had already taken out 10,000 taels of silver from his storage ring and placed it on the counter, then turned around and left. He had already learned of Ghost Shadow's rules from Tang Ying. After leaving Ghost Shadow's stronghold, Duan Lingtian circled the surroundings once more. After confirming that he wasn't being followed, he took off his mask and smashed it with a palm strike. Immediately after, he went to the downtown area of Triumph City to eat some barbecue before finding a nearby inn to stay in. 2 Fergana horses, a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Recalling what he encountered outside of Triumph City today, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. To be able to have a nascent soul stage powerhouse escort them, the identity of the young man and young woman was definitely not simple. It was very likely that they were members of a large family in the county city. However, only that young man and young woman recognized my appearance. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he went to buy some rouge and face powder. In his previous life as a mercenary, Duan Lingtian was proficient in various concealment techniques, including disguise. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian's handsome cheeks changed, becoming very ordinary. Not bad, my skills haven't fallen behind. Looking at himself in the mirror, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. At first glance, one couldn't see any traces of makeup on his ordinary cheeks. This face belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. Now, even if they see me again, it's impossible for them to recognize me. After finishing his makeup, Duan Lingtian temporarily felt at ease. Early the next morning, taking advantage of the fact that the innkeeper was still drowsy and dozing off, he directly checked out of the room. If he wanted to completely conceal himself, he must not leave behind any traces. This innkeeper had seen his true appearance last night. Walking out of the inn, Duan Lingtian openly found a restaurant to eat breakfast. The steaming hot breakfast caused his appetite to be greatly aroused. I wonder who's so ruthless that he even dared to cut off the arm of the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor above Triumph City. I heard that the patriarch went to the Wang clan and Zhong clan early in the morning. He probably wants to use their strength to find the culprit. Supposedly, the culprit is a young sword cultivator around the age of 16 with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. He wears violet clothes and has a handsome appearance. But how do we find him? Duan Lingtian was drinking milk in large mouthfuls and eating breakfast when he heard the discussion at a nearby table. It was 3 young men that were a little over 20 years old. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. He naturally guessed that the culprit they spoke of was him. However, although he guessed that the background of the 3 people from yesterday wasn't small, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Swallow Mountain County had a vast territory that encompassed 81 cities. Among them included Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City. Swallow Mountain County was one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the county governors of the 18 counties were all existences that held great power and influence. Supposedly, the 18 county governors were all void stage powerhouses. Void stage powerhouses were existences that surpassed nascent soul stage martial artists. Their strength was shocking, and they were also called demigods. They were able to rely on the strength of their fleshly body to fly. That youth is the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor? Duan Lingtian realized that he'd caused trouble, and it was huge trouble. However, he didn't regret it. If he could do it all over again, he would still do it the same way. Luckily, this is Triumph City, and it's very far from Aurora City. There ought to be no one who suspects me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. In the following 3 days, the entire Triumph City was alarmed by the big movements of the 3 great clans. There was only one goal: to find the culprit that cut off the arm of the county governor's son. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young girl. The young girl had an icy expression as she followed a group of people, searching everywhere for his whereabouts. However, even though he'd met the young girl face to face, she didn't recognize him. Duan Lingtian believed the current him, unless it was Kerr or his mother, Li Ro, no one else, including Li Fei, would be able to recognize him even if they met him face to face. He was extremely confident in his ability to disguise himself. Late at night, Duan Lingtian once again bought a mask from the night market. After putting it on, he once again arrived at the ghastly Shadow's stronghold in Triumph City. It was still that enchanting and icy cold young girl that received him. Wang family, Wang Zhen, how's the confirmation? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. 200,000 silver. The girl's voice was icy cold. Only a body-tempering stage martial artist, so expensive? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Based on the price he heard from Tang Ying, a 9th-level body-tempering stage martial artist, was at most 100,000 silver. Going deep into the Wang family estate is extremely risky. The girl's icy cold voice sounded. Here's 190,000 silver. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything as he took out the silver he prepared and passed it to the girl. The girl accepted the silver and nodded. When do we make a move? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Tonight the target will definitely die. Hearing the girl's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile, but it was blocked by the mask. He left the ghastly Shadow's stronghold and found another inn to stay in. He had a plan in his heart. Tomorrow morning, after eating breakfast, he would leave Triumph City. The next day, Duan Lingtian found a restaurant to eat breakfast. He originally thought that he would be able to hear some rumors, but he didn't expect that the thing that caused the hubbub was still the matter of the county governor's son. According to Tang Ying, as long as it's a mission that the ghastly Shadow has accepted, they have never failed, so there shouldn't be any problems. The old man took the 3 swords back to his room as if he had obtained a treasure and went to work. Duan Lingtian once again sneak attacked Li Fei and pulled her into his arms. He laughed mischievously. Little Fei, did you miss me these past few days? I didn't. Li Fei's face and ears flushed red. You really didn't? Duan Lingtian's hands moved dishonestly on Li Fei's hot body. Don't move. Then tell me honestly, did you miss me? I did. I didn't hear you clearly. I did. That's enough, stinky rascal. Hee, then I'll show you what a rascal is. The wolf is coming. Ah, I don't want it. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not notice. At this moment, outside the courtyard, the white-clothed youth who had been standing there for a while walked away. Duan Lingtian, even if the family doesn't punish you, I will kill you sooner or later. Just you wait. Li Qing's eyes were red, filled with hatred and jealousy. His heart was almost twisted. Hey, isn't this Li Qing? Suddenly, 2 youths walked over from not far away. The gray-clothed youth in the lead looked at Li Qing with a smile. Li En, you better get lost. Don't provoke me. Li Qing's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Li Qing, do you really think you're still the same as before? In my eyes, the current you is just trash. Lian sneered and said in disdain. Now, in the Li clan's younger generation, only Duan Lingtian can be my opponent. You're not worthy. You're courting death. Li Qing's expression was ferocious as his figure flashed and pounced towards Lian's swimming dragon steps. Dark Netherfinger, Li Qing pointed out with his finger, flashing straight towards Lian. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. Humph, you're not the only one at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Lian sneered and took a step forward. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Bang! Li and directly moved forward and blocked Li Qing's finger with a punch. Its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it smashed onto Li Qing's body, blasting Li Qing flying. Li Qing, if your dark nether finger wasn't crippled, even if I broke through to the second level of the core formation stage, I still wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, trash will always be trash. Don't even think of standing up again in this lifetime. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and sneered. Li Qing's face was ashen, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes even emitted dense hatred. Lian, Duan Lingtian. He wouldn't let any of them off. Remember, your grandfather is already dead. You don't have anyone to rely on in the Li clan anymore. Next time, don't be so arrogant in front of me, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Li and threatened before leaving. Li Qing struggled to stand up, took a deep breath, and made a decision. He went back to pack his things, took the inheritance left behind by his grandfather, Li Tai, and left the Li clan. He left with hatred in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard that Li Qing had left the Li clan, he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't have the slightest good impression of Li Qing, needless to say, Li Qing's actions still caused him to feel slight admiration in his heart. Not everyone had the courage to leave the large tree that was the Li clan and wander the world. Once he did this, it meant that he would have to start all over again. Without anyone to rely on, he could only rely on himself for everything. What he didn't know was that Li Qing had coincidentally gone to Triumph City when he left this time, even to the extent that 5 days ago the son of our Swallow Mountain County's county governor had his arm cut off outside of Triumph City. Violet-clothed youth, sword cultivator, 16 years old. Duan Lingtian just happened to not be in the Li family at that time. I can be sure that it was him. After Li Qing left the Li clan, he rode his horse aimlessly and just happened to arrive at Triumph City. He heard about the recent events that had caused much discussion in Triumph City. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. Li Qing's eyes shone. Very quickly, Li Qing arrived at the Lu clan's mansion. I know who cut off the arm of the county governor's son. A single sentence allowed Li Qing to move unimpeded in the Lu clan and smoothly see the person he wanted to see. In the spacious audience hall, the well-dressed youth sat at the head of the table, his face slightly pale. On both sides of the well-dressed youth stood a young girl and an old man. You know who injured my young master? Chapter 91. How formidable was a nascent soul martial artist. The old man's aura descended onto Li Qing's body, pressuring Li Qing to the point his body trembled and his face went pale. But Li Qing still gritted his teeth and persevered. As far as he was concerned, this bit of pain was nothing compared to the humiliation Duan Lingtian and Lian gave him. Not bad, second level of the core formation stage, able to forcefully withstand my aura without taking a step back. Not to mention your natural talent, this tenacity is extremely rare. What's your name? The old man glanced deeply at Li Qing. I'm called Chou Shui. According to the plan in his heart, Li Qing made up a name. From today onwards, he wasn't Li Qing anymore, but Chou Shui. Chou Shui, using this to remind himself of the bloodthirsty hatred he bore. Chou Shui, I'm the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. Do you really know who severed my arm? The youth that sat at the head looked down at Li Qing from above. Although his severed arm was barely reattached, it wasn't as nimble as before and was already unable to execute martial skills. Such a blow caused these past few days to feel like years to him, and living was worse than death. He wished for nothing more than to immediately find the culprit and execute him. Third young master, if I'm not wrong, the person that severed your arm struck out with his sword extremely quickly, swift like lightning, and the sword entered its sheath as soon as it left its sheath. Is that so? Li Qing looked at Pei San as he asked, Who is he? Pei San's eyes lit up and his face flushed red as he became excited. So long as you tell me who he is, 10,000 gold, a group of beauties, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, cultivation methods, martial skills. I can reward you with anything. Third young master, I don't want any of these. Li Qing slowly shook his head. Then what do you want? Pei San suppressed the excitement in his heart and his face sank. I want to follow by third young master's side and return to the county city together. As long as my cultivation breaks through to the origin core stage, I'll surely tell third young master who severed your arm and where he came from. Li Qing's gaze flickered as he stared at Pei San. Humph, you're quite the schemer. Seeing that I'm eager for vengeance, you're certain that I'll help you step into the Yuan dance stage at all costs, right? Pei San's face turned cold. He knew what Li Qing was thinking. Li Qing was silent. That was exactly what he was planning. In his opinion, as long as he stayed by the side of this county governor's son and had his full support, he would definitely be able to step into the origin core stage in the shortest amount of time. Within Swallow Mountain County, the strongest power was none other than the county governor's office. If he had the full support of the county governor's mansion, it would only be a matter of time before he stepped into the primal core realm. At that time, he would return to the Li clan and kill Lian. As for Duan Lingtian, he would humiliate and torture him before handing him over to Pei San. How dare you? The old man's gaze turned cold. Since you already know the identity of my young master, then you should know the methods of our county governor's estate. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you on the spot. You can kill me, but your young master will never find the murderer again. Facing the old man's aura, Li Qing remained calm and fearless. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? The old man took a step forward and struck out with his vast palm. Origin energy blossomed and slapped onto Li Qing's body, causing Li Qing to be blasted flying. Li Qing landed on the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I was really sure that you wouldn't dare kill me. Humph. The old man's face sank as he looked at Pei San. Very good, very good. Pei San was so angry that he started laughing instead. He said to the young girl beside him, Sister Ru, arrange for someone to take him to recuperate. Yes, third brother. The young girl complied and went to arrange. In a short while, only Pei San and his servant remained. Young master, are you really going to take him back to the county city? The old man frowned slightly. Grandpa Huai, I can tell that for a fugitive like blood enmity, it would be impossible to pry open his mouth even if he was tortured. Why don't we take advantage of the situation and take him back to the county city? After we return to the county city, we can investigate his background. If we can find the murderer because of this, then he would have no value. If we can't find the murderer, then we will fulfill his wish. When he steps into the primordial core stage and finds the murderer for me, that will be the day he dies. A cold light flickered in Pei San's eyes as he spoke of his plan. He was the dignified son of the Swallow Mountain County's county chief. How could he allow others to threaten him? In his heart, the other party was already a dead man. Young master is wise. The old man nodded. This was the best method. Aurora City, Li family's mansion. In a room within a spacious courtyard. Wang. Behind the screen, a fully naked young man stood up from the bathtub. The defensive qi on his body raged like gusts of strong wind that whistled past. Greater teleportation has finally been cultivated to the mastery stage. The young man's face revealed a satisfied smile. He walked out of the bathtub, put on dry clothes, and walked out of the courtyard. Spirit serpent movement technique. Once he entered the courtyard, the young man's figure flashed as if he had transformed into a nimble spirit serpent, incomparably fast. In a moment, he coiled around a large tree and soared up. In a moment, he swept across the ground, extremely agile. Hiss hiss, on the trunk of the large tree, two little pythons, one black and one white, looked at the young man's figure flashing with interest. Their sharp eyes revealed docility and infatuation. Suddenly, the young man stood up and took a step forward. Dragon's finishing touch. In an instant, the young man's hands danced like the wind, sometimes forming a fist, sometimes forming a palm. Origin energy whistled, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Whoosh! Right after this myriad of mist, a finger condensed from origin energy instantly pointed out, and a piercing whistle sounded out as it landed on a stone pillar. Bang! Instantly, the stone pillar exploded with the point of impact as the center, causing stone fragments to swirl in the air. As expected of the offensive martial skill, matched with the 9 dragons' war sovereign techniques, Raging Python form mental cultivation method. This dragon's finishing touch, in terms of might, surpasses Li Qing's dark, mysterious finger and isn't inferior to Xiao Yu's universe in the sleeve. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and stood there, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. Dragon's finishing touch emphasized the use of whistling fists and palms to disrupt the opponent's line of sight, as if painting an eyeless dragon. Finally, an extremely powerful finger would be pointed out, directly striking the opponent's vital point. This move had the ingenuity of the dragon's finishing touch. Therefore, this martial skill was named Dragon's Finishing Touch by Emperor Wu of Samsara. Dragon's Finishing Touch fused with the high-grade, profound-level martial skill Cloud Piercing Finger that Samsara Emperor Wu cultivated during his second lifetime. I fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and also inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's comprehension of Cloud Piercing Finger. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu's Cloud Piercing Finger was cultivated to the perfection stage. Therefore, I only spent half a month's time to cultivate Dragon's Finishing Touch, which is superior to the Cloud Piercing Finger, to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Presently, the might of the dragon's finishing touch had already completely surpassed the Xing-Yi fist that he was most proficient in, the collapsing fist. At this moment, only a month had passed since the last gathering of geniuses. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound level martial skills that I've cultivated, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Greater Teleportation, and Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, have all stepped into the mastery stage. However, among them, only Dragon's Finishing Touch has touched the threshold of the perfection stage. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he even more diligently cultivated Dragon's Finishing Touch. Strike while the iron is hot. There will surely be a miraculous effect. Duan Lingtian, you're really diligent. No wonder you have such a shocking cultivation at such a young age. Right at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian heard the sound and looked over. He saw a figure standing outside the courtyard. It was precisely Lin Qi. "Why have you come?" Duan Lingtian welcomed Lin Qi into the courtyard and asked curiously. "Duan Lingtian, a few days ago, a few guests from Aqua Mist Cities, He clan came to our Lin clan. One of them is the #1 youth of the He clan. Originally, it wasn't a big deal, but after this person defeated my brother in a spar, he arrogantly said that there was no one in our Aurora City's younger generation. Today, he even arrogantly set up an arena in the northern part of the city and challenged the younger generation of Aurora City. Meng Quan was also defeated by him. Lin Qi explained the reason for his visit. I came this time to ask you to teach him a lesson and let him know that there is always someone better than him. Could it be that even Xiao Yu isn't his match? Duan Lingtian stared blankly. Lin Qi smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu left half a month ago to visit his family. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Li clan mansion with Lin Qi. If he had only inadvertently heard of this matter, he wouldn't have cared and wouldn't have fought for the so-called glory of Aurora City. The reason why he went was because of his friend, Lin Qi. Arriving at the northern part of the city, Duan Lingtian saw a simple combat arena. Currently, the combat arena was surrounded by people. Among them, there was no lack of young martial artists from the Li clan, Duan Lingtian. Soon, many people recognized Duan Lingtian and their eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian is here. He can definitely defeat this guy from Aqua Mist City's He clan. That's for sure. This guy from the He clan took advantage of the fact that our Aurora cities, Xiao Yu wasn't here to be so arrogant. Now that Duan Lingtian is here, let's see how he continues to be arrogant. Duan Lingtian, I support you. Kill him. The surrounding crowd was incomparably enthusiastic. This made Duan Lingtian feel somewhat flattered. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw that on the combat arena, a person was knocked out of the combat arena and fell towards him. Li Zhong! Duan Lingtian recognized the youth who fell and raised his hand to grab his shoulder, allowing him to steadily land on the ground. Li Zhong was a bit embarrassed. After seeing that the person who saved him was Duan Lingtian, his gaze was complicated. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhong said sincerely. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and patted Li Zhong's shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine. Li Zhong shook his head. You're Duan Lingtian? Aurora City's current number 1 genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking? At this moment, on the combat arena, a blue-clothed youth looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disdain. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. You. The blue-clothed youth flew into a rage out of humiliation. Duan Lingtian, I, Aqua Mist City's He clan's He Jun, officially challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The surrounding crowd's gazes all fell onto Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. His legs shook as he borrowed the force to ascend onto the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, go for it. Duan Lingtian, defeat him. Duan Lingtian, I love you, ah. Chapter 92. Chi. He Jun sized up Duan Lingtian for a moment and sneered. Is there no one else in Aurora City? A 16-year-old kid can be ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list and become the number 1 person in the younger generation of Aurora City? Idiot, so what if he's 16? Talk about it when you can defeat Duan Lingtian. Exactly, don't be unable to even withstand a single move from Duan Lingtian when the time comes. That would truly be embarrassing. Someone in the crowd made fun of him. He Jun's face sank. Looks like they're quite confident in you. He Jun looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian still didn't reply, as if he didn't hear He Jun at all. Kid, I'm talking to you. He Jun's face sank. It was the first time he was disregarded like this. Even though they haven't fought yet, their realms have already been determined. Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the number 1 person in the Hidden Dragon list. Even if MT Tai collapses in front of him, his expression won't change. Yeah, unlike this He Jun who's flustered and exasperated. In terms of bearing, he's not on the same level as Duan Lingtian. On the same level, you think too highly of him. I think he's thousands of miles away from Duan Lingtian. Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, He Jun's face became more and more unsightly. Let's see how long you can pretend for. He Jun was enraged. His figure trembled like a rock spreading its wings as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This He Jun was obviously a 2nd-level core formation martial artist as well. Whoosh! Seeing He Jun flashing over, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. No wonder He Jun was able to defeat Lin Jue. He had some ability. His movement technique was the same as his high-grade, profound, rank movement technique at the mastery stage. Watch me send you flying with 1 punch. He Jun shouted out explosively as his fist flashed out like a cannonball. Fist images whistled as they blasted towards Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same spot unmoving like a mountain. Even when He Jun was in front of him, he still had a calm expression. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian moved. Dragon painting. Duan Lingtian's hands danced as elemental energy filled the air. In the eyes of the surrounding people, including He Jun, Duan Lingtian's hands were not dancing randomly. It was as if they were following some kind of mysterious trajectory. Break. He Jun's gaze turned cold. His fist was like a collapsing mountain, smashing towards the palm and fist shadows that Duan Lingtian had created. Soon his expression changed. That was because he realized that his punch had hit nothing but air. He didn't even touch his opponent. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, finishing touch. Duan Lingtian's finger flashed out, penetrating through the layers of mist that were suffused with origin energy, and a piercing howl that was deafening resounded out. His finger tapped onto He Jun's fist, instantly shattering his defensive chi barrier. Ah! He Jun emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted flying, falling onto the ground in an incomparably sorry state. His left hand tightly clasped onto his right hand. He noticed that one of his finger bones had shattered, and the heart-piercing pain caused his body to start trembling. He Jun consumed a grade 8 gold injury pill in a panic, then looked at Duan Lingtian with a fearful expression. In his eyes, this 16-year-old youth was no different than a demon. Too terrifying. Duan Lingtian is so strong. Supposedly, when Duan Lingtian defeated Xiaoyu, he used the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Today, he only used the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to defeat this He Jun. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was holding back. This He Jun probably can't even defeat Xiaoyu. The #1 disciple of Aqua Mist City's He clan's younger generation is only SOO. The crowd was in an uproar. One must keep a low profile. If you don't have any ability, then don't go around setting up arenas. Duan Lingtian ignored He Jun. Under numerous gazes of admiration and reverence, he leaped off the arena and kicked the support at the side of the combat arena. Hua! Instantly, the combat arena collapsed with a bang. He Jun was buried within. He Jun crawled out in a sorry state, his face covered in dust like a refugee. Ha ha ha! Instantly, the crowd roared with laughter. Amidst the loud laughter, He Jun's expression was unsightly as he dashed away. Ha! Duan Lingtian, formidable. Lin Qi came to Duan Lingtian's side and gave him a thumbs up, as if he was even more excited than himself winning. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, another 2 people came to Duan Lingtian's side. Li Zhong and Li Xiao. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Zhong and asked in puzzlement, "Hurry up and speak." Li Zhong glared at Li Xiao and reprimanded. Li Xiao's body trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtian with trepidation. Duan Lingtian, I apologize for what I did to you in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Louder, did you not eat? Li Zhong snorted coldly. He did not give any face to this brother of his. All right, let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and smiled. This Li Zhong's character was not bad. Thinking back, the conflict between him and him was all because of his brother Li Xiao. Slap. Li Zhong slapped Li Xiao's head. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank me. Thank you, thank you. Li Xiao smiled bitterly and hurriedly said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Xiao indifferently and walked out with Lin Qi. The crowd automatically opened up a path for them. The gazes that fell on Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi's figures from afar, the crowd came back to their senses. He's too powerful. He defeated He Jun from the He clan in one move. As expected of the young genius who defeated Xiaoyu and is ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Duan Lingtian is only 16 years old. I'm sure that in the next 2 years, he will still be ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Nonsense, I'm sure of that too. In the restaurant, Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi sat opposite each other. Duan Lingtian was originally preparing to go home, but Lin Chi forcefully dragged him to the restaurant, saying that he had something to say to him. What do you want to say? Why come to a restaurant? It's so grand. Can't you just say it on the way? Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Chi. Duan Lingtian, what plans do you have? Lin Chi went straight to the point. What plans? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'm asking you what plans you have for the future. Lin Chi smiled bitterly. I don't know for now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought in his heart. Hearing Lin Chi say this, he couldn't help but recall the Iron Blood Army's genius camp he heard about last time. 5 months from now would be the day of the genius camp test. Duan Lingtian, although you're considered to be a member of the Li family, you're a disciple with another surname after all. In the Li family, you'll at most be an elder, and the position of patriarch is destined to have no fate with you. Lin Chi continued. You fellow, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Duan Lingtian scolded with a smile. Then I'll be frank. Lin Chi took a deep breath and slowly said, Half a month ago, my aunt came back once and heard about you. She's very interested in you. Pooh! Duan Lingtian's face trembled when he heard this, and he spat out the rice he hadn't swallowed yet onto Lin Chi's face. F***K. Lin Chi, although I'm not against a relationship between an older woman and a younger man, this kind of relationship that crosses generations is really not suitable for me. You should ask your aunt to find someone else. Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness. Lin Chi was dumbstruck. After coming back to his senses, Lin Chi wiped off the rice and saliva that Duan Lingtian spat on his face and scolded with a smile. You fellow, can you stop thinking in that direction for everything? My aunt got married long ago, and her son is already over 10 years old. Wasn't it you who said that your aunt was interested in me? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Was he thinking too much? She's interested in your natural talent and comprehension ability. Lin Chi rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to eat with his head lowered, sweeping away the food like a whirlwind. My aunt is the person in charge of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi said. So what? Duan Lingtian said as he ate. You couldn't have never heard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, right? Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at an alien. Seeing Duan Lingtian nod his head, he was completely speechless. Just how uninformed was this fellow? The Purple Tulip Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Their businesses are spread throughout 6 of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, including Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi introduced. Wait, you're saying that this Purple Tulip Trading Company occupies 6 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and your aunt is the person in charge of one of the counties? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That's right. Lin Chi had a face full of pride. Even though my aunt's natural talent in the martial Tao is average, she has a mind for business. Early on, she obtained the favor of the president of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, and later on, she slowly rose to her current position. The restaurant we're eating at now is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. In addition, the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company can be said to be pervasive, even to the extent that they can be found in remote, small towns. As long as it has the prefix purple caltrop, golden flower, or agarwood, it is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. Lin Chi continued, speaking as if he was very familiar with it. Agarwood? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. So the largest agarwood restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town was one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. I'm not interested in doing business. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Who asked you to do business? Lin Chi said angrily, My aunt is interested in you because of your natural talent in the martial Dao and comprehension ability. At the same time that the Purple Tulip Trading Company's wealth is comparable to that of a nation, it has naturally been coveted by many people. Therefore, the Purple Tulip Trading Company has cultivated many experts to be in charge of protecting the properties of the trading company. My uncle is the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. He is an emptiness realm expert, and even the Swallow Mountain County's county governor has to treat him with respect when he sees him. Lin Chi finished speaking in one breath. Your aunt wants me to become a guard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company? Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. My aunt said that as long as you are willing to join the Purple Tulip Trading Company, the Purple Tulip Trading Company will unreservedly cultivate you. In the future, you might even have the opportunity to take over my uncle's position and become the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In other words, even if I go to the Purple Tulip Trading Company, I will only be a commander of the guards until I die? Duan Lingtian was full and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Commander of the guards? Chapter 93. It means the same as the guard commander. Duan Lingtian explained. Do you know what the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company represents? Lin Chi was slightly exasperated. Represents what? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. The Violet Tulip Trading Company only has a total of 7 guard commanders, and every guard commander is an emptiness realm expert. While they protect the Violet Tulip Trading Company, they can also obtain many resources from the Violet Tulip Trading Company, such as Grade 7 medicinal pills, Grade 7 spirit weapons, and wealth that they and their families can never finish spending in their lifetime. Lin Chi was slightly excited. Are you done? That's all? Duan Lingtian asked. Are you done? That's all? Seeing Duan Lingtian's calm expression, as if he didn't care in the slightest, Lin Chi couldn't help but stare. This is something that you can obtain even if you're an elder of the Li clan for your entire lifetime. What? It still doesn't attract you? Go back and tell your aunt that I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian shrugged and lightly smiled. You really intend to be an elder of the Li family for your entire lifetime? Lin Chi was dazed. Who said, I want to be an elder of the Li family? Duan Lingtian shook his head and slowly walked away, only leaving behind a sentence for Lin Chi. My ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Lin Chi was dumbstruck. He would occasionally dream of becoming the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, or the county governor of one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he would always wake up from his dream with a smile. As far as he was concerned, these were all his extravagant hopes. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, he directly said his ambition wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was simply not putting the things he dreamed of in his eyes. Perhaps it's precisely because he has such lofty ambitions that he was able to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Compared to him, I'm simply a frog at the bottom of a well. The corners of Lin Chi's mouth held a bitter smile. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. But Duan Lingtian didn't know. Because of what he had just said, Lin Chi's life had undergone an earth-shaking change. Of course, this was all in the future. Duan Lingtian's life gradually returned to peace. He spent his days cultivating the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, Dragon's finishing touch, spirit serpent movement skill, concocting medicinal liquids, and refining medicinal pills in private. Today he would flirt with Kerr, and tomorrow he would flirt with Little Fair. His days were rather carefree. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. His cultivation had advanced from the first level of the core formation stage to the second level of the core formation stage. Moreover, he'd completed the process of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy and was charging towards the third level of the core formation stage. The offensive martial skill, finishing touch of the dragon, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. With the help of a large amount of blood Lingji's medicinal liquid, his defensive martial skill, greater shift, had also entered the realm of perfection. Instead, it was the movement technique, spirit serpent movement skill, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have fallen into a bottleneck that was difficult to break through and was unable to break through. As for Kerr, her cultivation had stepped into the third level of the core formation stage half a month ago. The high-grade, profound, rank sword skill, freezing sword, that came with Han Bing's God's sword technique had been cultivated to the mastery stage. The defensive martial skill, substitution, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. The movement technique, profound steps, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Kerr's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao had once again shocked Duan Lingtian. As for Li Fei, Duan Lingtian gave her the other spirit containment pill that he'd refined that day, allowing her to disperse her origin energy and recultivate a top-grade cultivation technique. The top-grade cultivation technique he passed down to Li Fei was the Sun Moon Star technique. It was the cultivation technique cultivated by a close friend of Samsara Emperor Wu's in his first lifetime, Star Emperor Wu, and was on par with Han Bing's God's sword technique and demonic beauty divine technique. In terms of martial skills, Li Fei had previously cultivated high-grade, profound, rank martial skills, so Duan Lingtian didn't pass them down to her. After Li Fei recultivated, her cultivation had stepped into the second level of the core formation stage and was about to break through to the third level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian had once asked his mother, Li Ro, about her cultivation, but Li Ro only smiled every time, revealing all sorts of mysteries that even Duan Lingtian was unable to find out. However, Duan Lingtian was sure. His mother's cultivation had absolutely far surpassed before. Duan Lingtian sat in his courtyard and played with the two little pythons on the table. During these 3 months, the two little pythons had swallowed many medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian had refined, and their strengths had improved as well. They both stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and were only a step away from the origin core stage. Two little freaks. Looking at the two little pythons, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Who would have thought that in his family the strongest wasn't him and Kerr, nor was it his mother, but rather these two variant little pythons. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had once brought the two little pythons deep into the misty forest to test their strength. With great difficulty, he finally found a 9th level core formation fierce beast that wasn't afraid of the little python's aura, but it was actually easily pierced through and died. The horn on top of their heads completely ignored the fierce beast's tough leather armor. Rascal! Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. A young girl with a hot figure wearing light violet clothes walked into the courtyard in large strides and sat across from Duan Lingtian without being courteous as she started playing with the two little pythons. Rascal, accompany me to the misty forest. Why? Duan Lingtian's gaze completely descended upon the young girl's well-developed pair of jade peaks, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he asked, "Stinking rascal, where are you looking?" Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and said, "I just broke through, so I want to go find those fierce beasts to try." "You broke through?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Yeah." Li Fei nodded and smiled. "Grandfather said that my rapid improvement was all thanks to the high-purity origin increasing pills you refined. If it was an origin increasing pill refined by an ordinary alchemist, even if I cultivated the solar moon star technique, I would still need at least half a year to break through to the third level of the core formation stage. Of course, don't you know who I am? Duan Lingtian laughed complacently. In terms of medicinal efficacy, an origin-increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above is at least 2 times stronger than the origin-increasing pill sold in the Aurora City's trade market, under the circumstances that the absorption speed is the same. If you consume the St. Origin pill I refined, your cultivation speed will be 2 times faster than someone who consumes an ordinary origin-increasing pill. I know you're amazing, egomaniac! Li Fei angrily scolded Duan Lingtian. She still remembered that when she found out about the medicinal efficacy of the origin-increasing pill refined by Duan Lingtian, her grandfather was stunned for a long time before actually cursing out loud. That was the first time in her entire life that she saw her grandfather lose his composure like that. When she found out from her grandfather what an origin-increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above represented, she was shocked as well. According to her grandfather's words, an origin-increasing pill in the Aurora City's trade market was worth 5,000 silver. If the origin-increasing pill refined by Duan Lingtian were to be sold, just one pill would be able to fetch at least 100,000 silver. Kerr's cultivating, so let's not disturb her. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. After greeting his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons that were eagerly looking at him. He glared at them and said, "You 2 little fellows stay at home obediently. If you dare to follow me, I'll turn you 2 into a pot of snake soup." As long as he brought the 2 little pythons into the dense fog forest, he could forget about encountering any ferocious beasts. Unless it was some high-level ferocious beasts, the other ferocious beasts would sense their aura from afar and hide. The 2 little pythons nodded their heads in grievance, as if they could already understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Then they scuttled up the big tree in the courtyard and anxiously watched as Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left. Hiss, hiss! After a short while, they forgot their worries and became cheerful again as they scuttled around the big tree. Duan Lingtian had already come to the dense fog forest no less than 10 times. He was very familiar with the place. Rascal, let's go deeper this time. Li Fei was a little excited as her face flushed red. You can go deeper, but you must not leave my line of sight. After entering the dense fog forest, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious as he said vigilantly, "Got it." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, she found it hard to understand. This young man was reckless and fearless outside, but once he entered the dense fog forest, he became cautious and cautious. Now, she was already used to Duan Lingtian's vigilance. However, she did not know that this was completely Duan Lingtian's instinct. This was an instinct that he developed from his previous life's special forces and mercenary career. Once he entered the forest, his nerves would quietly be tense, and he would be vigilant of his surroundings for safety. In his previous life, because of this instinct, he escaped death no less than 10 times. Something's not right. After entering the inner area for a long time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not see even a single ferocious beast. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 extremely fast figures swept across the sky and floated above Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's heads. These were 2 travel-worn, middle-aged men. Both of them were dressed in black. One of them had a stiff face and no fluctuations in his expression could be seen. The other person had an ugly appearance and was greedily staring at Li Fei with a lustful gaze. Emptiness Realm Expert. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He never thought that an Emptiness Realm Expert would appear in the dense fog forest. An Emptiness Realm Expert was an existence that was above the nascent soul realm. Fly. There really are people who can fly. Li Fei's expression was sluggish. Although she had heard of Emptiness Realm Experts and knew that they could fly, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. Soon, she noticed the lustful gaze of one of the 2 people and frowned slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stood in front of Li Fei. He stared at the emptiness realm expert without fear. How dare a mere ant stop me from looking at a beauty? Humph! The emptiness realm expert snorted coldly. He condensed his voice into a line and blasted it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums vibrated. Pooh! Duan Lingtian's face turned ghastly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a snort was enough to injure Duan Lingtian. Rascal! Li Fei's expression changed, and she quickly went to help Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Chapter 94. You are courting death. The emptiness realm expert's face darkened as the raging aura on his body surged. A terrifying aura swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His body trembled as he resisted the emptiness realm expert's aura. He didn't dare to move. Otherwise, Li Fei would definitely be affected. Humph! I'd like to see how hard an ant like you is. The emptiness realm expert sneered. The aura pressing down on Duan Lingtian suddenly rose. The pressure on Duan Lingtian's body had doubled. Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure, remaining as motionless as a mountain. The emptiness realm expert's eyes turned cold as killing intent rose in them. At this moment, enough, Sun Rue. Don't create unnecessary trouble. If you mess up the important matter, the sect leader won't forgive you. The other emptiness realm expert frowned and said coldly, Brat, remember this. In front of me, you are just an ant. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different from stepping on an ant. I don't want to kill you. The emptiness realm expert destroyed Duan Lingtian's self-esteem with his words. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. A cold light shot out from his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. Let's go. The two emptiness realm experts rose into the air and flew far away. Boom! Finally, Duan Lingtian couldn't hold on anymore. He fell limply to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The aura of the emptiness realm expert was extremely powerful. It wasn't something he could withstand. Just now he had been holding on for so long. He couldn't hold on any longer. Rascal, you are injured. Li Fei's face turned pale. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She took out a grade 8 gold injury pill in a flurry and fed it to Duan Lingtian. After taking the pill, Duan Lingtian regained his breath. His eyes stared in the direction where the two emptiness realm experts had left. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. He wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble. However, if someone bullied him, he wouldn't let it go. Right now, his strength was indeed inferior to his opponents. However, he was still young and had the capital. Moreover, he had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. In his opinion, he would be able to catch up to Emperor Wu sooner or later, or even surpass him at that time. He would make the other party regret what he had done today. Sun Rue, I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian engraved this name in his mind. This was the second person who made him want to kill since he came to this world. The first was Duan Lingxing from the imperial city's Duan clan. It was also because Duan Lingtian's current fleshly body was extremely formidable, and merely the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. So, after consuming the 8th grade gold injury pill and using his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal effects, his injuries had more or less recovered. At this moment, Li Fei stood to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were as gentle as water. Earlier, when facing those 2 void stage experts, she was extremely afraid in her heart, and her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move in the slightest. Right when she felt the most helpless, Duan Lingtian stood out and stood in front of her, like a fearless guardian god that shielded her from the wind and rain. He would rather be injured than allow others to harm her. Her heart began to tremble slightly. At this moment, she felt this man was worthy of her and trusting her entire life to. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's nose twitched as if he smelled something, and his gaze focused slightly as he looked towards the distance. His figure flashed out and flashed over. Li Fei revealed a puzzled expression and followed after him. Duan Lingtian noticed. Behind the nearby bushes lay a person. More accurately speaking, it was a corpse. This was a young man whose entire body was covered in injuries, and he held a jade slip in his hand. The origin energy on his body could be vaguely seen gradually dissipating, and the wounds that were stopped by the origin energy gushed out dazzling fresh blood that flowed all over the ground. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to smell the stench of blood and even notice him. Li Fei turned her head around when she saw this bloody scene, and her face was pale. This jade slip seems to be. Duan Lingtian picked up the jade slip, and through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he found out what it was and fused his origin energy into it. A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Fated person, I'm the Boundless Sect's young sect leader, Shangguan Yu. Please be sure to take good care of the jade sword in my spatial ring. If you're able to cultivate to the void initiation stage in the future, you can go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and get in touch with the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Then head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and use the 9 jade swords to open the treasure vault and obtain a great fortune. My boundless sect suffered a calamity of annihilation because of this jade sword. Besides that, if you have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I hope you can give the voice transmission jade slip in my spatial ring to the solitary peak and hand it over to a reclusive old man called Shangguan Yen, out of consideration for the fact that I gave you this sword. Shangguan Yu thanks. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this, and he was slightly excited. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom he resided in now was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor, there were some martial emperors and martial emperors who liked to place some treasures in a certain place. Then they would place restrictions on the treasures and distribute the keys, allowing the later generations to fight for them. To them, this was a game. Emperor Wu of Samsara had played this sort of game many times in the past as well. The treasures that Emperor Wu of Samsara originally planned to leave behind for his 3rd lifetime were all hidden in the foreign lands, and to the current me, it's far beyond my reach. But this Sword Monarch's treasure is in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's very practical and readily available. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A person that was able to be called a Sword Monarch was surely a Martial Monarch stage, Sword Cultivator. Even though the Martial Monarch stage was a level inferior to Emperor Wu's stage, the treasures he left behind would surely be extremely precious. He removed the spatial ring on the young man's hand and dripped blood to establish ownership. Duan Lingtian was slightly pleasantly surprised. I never imagined that he was an alchemist as well. Look at this pile of precious materials that he collected. He ought to be a grade 7 alchemist. Not bad, these materials can save me a huge sum of money. This jade sword is one of the keys to the Sword Monarch's treasure? There's also this voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian withdrew the jade slip and fused his origin energy into it. The voice once again entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Grandfather, the Boundless Sect is gone. Father, and all the elders have died in battle. The one that annihilated the Boundless Sect was the Black Fiend Sect. This voice transmission jade slip was precisely the jade slip that the young man asked Duan Lingtian to give to the old man. Looks like that Sun Rue is a member of the Black Fiend Sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with cold lights. As far as he was concerned, Sun Rue and the other void stage expert had surely come to pursue Shangguan Yu and seize the jade sword. Rascal, What are you daydreaming about? Li Fei's voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. The voice of the voice transmission jade slip could only be heard by the person who fused his origin energy into it. So Li Fei didn't know what had happened. Nothing. I feel that he's rather pitiful. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then lit a fire and cremated the young man's corpse. Little Fei, do you want to go back and rest? After so many things had happened, Duan Lingtian was slightly worried about Li Fei. Rascal, if you're tired and want to rest, we'll go back. Li Fei said softly. Duan Lingtian also noticed the change in Li Fei's attitude towards him. Looks like the hero saving the damsel in distress is always the strongest method to pick up girls. I'm fine, let's go ahead and take a look to see if there are any ferocious beasts suitable for you to hunt. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei continued to go deeper. During this time they encountered many ferocious beasts, but the stronger ones were all killed by Duan Lingtian, leaving only a few ferocious beasts below the 4th level of the core formation stage for Li Fei. The more Li Fei killed, the more she enjoyed herself. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Looks like we can only stay here for the night, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei lay side by side on the thick trunk of a large tree as they looked up at the sky. Rascal, although I've heard that void stage experts can fly with their fleshly body, I thought it was just a rumor. I never expected that all of this was true. Li Fei's tone was slightly complicated. Some things may not be groundless. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Weren't you afraid of those 2 void stage experts today? Li Fei asked again. I was. Duan Lingtian said honestly. An emptiness realm expert would be able to kill him with just a wave of his hand. If he said he wasn't afraid, it would be a lie. Then you still protected me. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and said softly, Isn't it right and proper for a man to protect a woman? Moreover, don't forget that you're my fiancé. Of course, I have to protect you. Not to mention void stage experts. Even if a martial monarch or Emperor Wu came, I would still stand out to protect you at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian smiled. Martial monarch? Emperor Wu? Li Fei was stunned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses void transformation stage experts. As for Emperor Wu, he surpasses martial monarchs and is the strongest existence on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian explained. How do you know? Li Fei was slightly surprised. You'll know after reading more books. Duan Lingtian smiled. What kind of joke was this? He had inherited the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, so he naturally knew these things clearly. You said void transformation stage experts. What level is that? Li Fei was slightly curious. Little Fei, remember well. Above the nascent soul stage is the void stage, and the void stage is divided into 4 stages: the void prying stage, the void initiation stage, the void interpretation stage, and the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian slowly explained. So that's how it is. Li Fei nodded lightly. Rascal, I've really underestimated you. So you know so much. Of course, don't you see who I am? Duan Lingtian was slightly complacent. Bah, I only praised you a few times and you're already arrogant. Li Fei said angrily. Little Fei, Don't call me rascal in the future. It's too unpleasant. Then I'll call you scoundrel in the future. Scoundrel? You actually called me scoundrel? I'll let you see if I'm a good scoundrel or a scoundrel. Ah, what do you want to do? Of course it's to prove that I'm not a scoundrel. Scoundrel, don't. Little Fei, I want you. No, you're not willing to give it to me. Not these few days, My period is coming. F***K. Just like this, Duan Lingtian climbed down from Li Fei's hot and delicate body while covered in dirt, but he still couldn't avoid touching her. Chapter 95. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian accompanied Li Fei to hunt fierce beasts for the entire morning. At noon, they left the misty forest and returned to Aurora City. After selling a pile of fierce beast pelts and parts for money, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei to go back first while he went to the medicine store to look for Tanging. You came at the right time. I was just about to look for you these past few days. Tanging's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid has been sold out? No. I just concocted 2 large vats for you half a month ago. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. It's not the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. It's the blood crescent inscription. Tanging laughed. Blood crescent inscription? Your ghastly shadow organization doesn't seem to have any big movements in Aurora City recently, right? Duan Lingtian had a vigilant expression as he looked at Tanging. You wouldn't have taken those blood crescent inscriptions I inscribed for you and sold them outside, right? Tanging laughed awkwardly. It's up to you how you want to deal with them, but you better not involve me. Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't worry, I only sold them to some of the people in charge within the ghastly shadow organization. As for you, I never mentioned it. Tanging said, How many do you want this time? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he asked. 30. Tanging pondered for a moment before speaking. You're really asking for an exorbitant price. But forget it. It's the last time I inscribed for you anyway. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, The last time. Tanging was dazed, not understanding the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. I'll be leaving Aurora City in a month. Duan Lingtian said, A month later? Tanging's eyes flickered and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You plan to go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp to participate in Paladin Academy's exam. You even guessed it. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. This actually isn't hard to guess. Since you intend to leave, you're surely unwilling to continue staying in Aurora City. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, entering Paladin Academy is undoubtedly your best choice. Since you intend to leave in a month, you'll surely go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Tanging faintly smiled. Aren't there other tests to enter Paladin Academy? How do you know I'm not going to participate in other tests? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. There are other tests, but the places where those tests are carried out are all in the other 17 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In our Swallow Mountain County, only the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp has this option. Tanging said again. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So that's how it is, right? How much do you know about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? I heard that it's very cruel inside, and it can be said that there's only a slim chance of survival. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is indeed cruel, but that's only for ordinary youths. For an abnormal person like you, as long as you know your place and don't go provoke those instructors, it'll be easy for you to survive a year. Tanging was very confident in Duan Lingtian. Instructors? Could it be the soldiers of the Iron Blood Army? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. That's right, it's that group of lunatics from the Iron Blood Army. Tanging nodded. Lunatics. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. When you enter the Genius Camp in the future, you'll know why I call them lunatics. Tanging was rather fearful when he mentioned the people of the Iron Blood Army. Now that you mention it, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Although relying on the lifetime memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, no matter which path he chose, he would surely be able to walk step by step to the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But Duan Lingtian still chose the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Besides the persistence he had towards his military career in his previous life, there was also another reason. Once he passed the Genius Camp's exam, he would be able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy was in the Imperial City. Duan Lingxing was also in the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a dense killing intent, and the aura on his body involuntarily swept out. Tang Ying felt Duan Lingtian's icy cold killing intent, and his expression greatly changed. This kind of killing intent was something even he didn't possess. He had at least over 100 lives in his hands, and he still hadn't nurtured such a terrifying killing intent. This kind of killing intent, I've only sensed it from one person. But is that person someone this little guy can compare to? This little guy is only 16 years old. How could he possibly have this kind of killing intent? At this moment, Tang Ying only felt his scalp go numb. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was far inferior to his, just this killing intent alone made him feel a pressure that came from the bottom of his heart. Even in the Ghastly Shadow organization, only one person was able to give him this kind of pressure with killing intent. That person was the #1 assassin of the Ghastly Shadow organization, Mei. I should go. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Ying and lightly smiled. He came to find Tang Ying because he wanted to ask him about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, and now his goal had been achieved. Wait. Tang Ying called out to him. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, how about you don't go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, and I recommend you to our Ghastly Shadow organization's headquarters. How about it? With your natural talent, coupled with my recommendation, you'll surely be able to obtain the organization's key nurturing and become our Ghastly Shadow's ace assassin. Tang Ying's eyes narrowed as he suggested. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Lingtian joined the Ghastly Shadow, surpassing the current #1 assassin, Mei would be just around the corner. Be an assassin? Not interested. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said disapprovingly, Kid, you haven't experienced that kind of pleasure. Think about it. One day, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would have to go pale when talking about you. That kind of feeling would be so satisfying that it would absolutely be the highest spiritual enjoyment. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, I believe it won't be long before you'll become a top assassin of our Ghastly Shadow organization. Tang Ying's voice was filled with temptation. Not interested. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You have such a piercingly cold, killing intent on your body. You're simply a natural-born assassin. It's such a waste not to be an assassin. Tang Ying had an expression that said he was eager to cherish talent. Killing intent? You're talking about this? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an even more terrifying bloody killing intent swept out from his body and pressed down on Tang Ying's body. Tang Ying's face went pale as the origin energy around his body suffused, and only then did he barely block the bloody killing intent that whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body. Tang Ying was dumbstruck. This killing intent was even greater than their Ghastly Shadow organization's #1 assassin, Mei. Tang Ying, only now did I realize that you're actually so senseless. Just based on this, you've determined that I'm a natural-born assassin? If you go kill a few more people, your body will naturally be tainted with this kind of killing intent. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Ying with disdain. You kid! I'm curious, how many people have you killed that you dare to show off your slight skill in front of me, the person in charge of Aurora City's Ghastly Shadow? Tang Ying was slightly embarrassed. I can't remember clearly. Adding everything together, it's at least over 10,000. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty. Only after Duan Lingtian left did Tang Ying react. This kid really dares to speak without thinking. Over 10,000? Who would believe a little kid like him? Tang Ying didn't mind and only thought that Duan Lingtian was bragging. But he couldn't help but sigh. The Ghastly Shadow organization had lost a promising talent. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Natural-born assassin? After all, the killing intent that originated from his soul was accumulated through the bloodshed of a mercenary in his previous life. Every time he went on a mission, if it was an assassination, the number of people who died by his hands was relatively small. If he carried out a large transaction in a certain area and used weapons of mass destruction, the number of people who died by his hands would range from a few dozen to a few hundred or even a few thousand. When he said that he had once killed over 10,000 people, he was actually holding back. Walking into the Li family mansion, Duan Lingtian saw two people walking towards him. One was a youth around the age of 18, and the other was a young man around the age of 20. The youth was someone he was familiar with, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan saw Duan Lingtian, a trace of dread was emitted from between his brows as he lowered his head. He was obviously afraid of Duan Lingtian. The young man beside Li Yuan noticed Li Yuan's movements, and his gaze fell upon Duan Lingtian. Brother Yuan, who is he? You seem to be very afraid of him. Brother Guang, he's Duan Lingtian. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth were filled with a bitter smile. If it was said that before the start of the family martial meet, he still had the confidence to battle Duan Lingtian. However, during the family martial meet, he personally witnessed Duan Lingtian defeat Li Guang, and even defeat an inner court disciple at the core condensation stage. From that moment on, he knew that he no longer had the qualifications to compete with Duan Lingtian. Even when he met Duan Lingtian later on, he directly chose to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian, the number one of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking? Li Guang's eyes focused, and his interest was piqued. Duan Lingtian. Li Guang stepped forward and blocked in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his gaze fell on Li Yuan. What, Li Yuan, what do you want? He naturally thought that it was Li Yuan who asked this person to block him. After all, he didn't know this person. I don't want anything, Brother Guang, let's go. Li Yuan had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that Duan Lingtian had misunderstood, so he hurriedly said to Li Guang, I heard that you stole my cousin's woman. Li Guang didn't pay attention to Li Yuan, and instead looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Your cousin's woman. Duan Lingtian didn't react. Li Yuan is my cousin. Li Guang coldly snorted. Li Yuan, when did I steal your woman? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Brother Guang, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Yuan's face flushed red. Brother Yuan, when did you become so timid? This isn't like you in the past. Li Guang frowned, then looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Do you have a girl called Kerr by your side? She's the woman that my brother has taken a fancy to. If you know what's good for you, quickly leave her. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. When did he say that the girl beside Duan Lingtian was his woman? He had only casually mentioned and praised her, saying that the girl's beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei's. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and they were piercingly cold as he looked at Li Yuan. Duan Lingtian, I didn't say that. I really didn't say that. Li Yuan was afraid, and he smiled bitterly. If you didn't say that, then he's speaking without thinking and slandering my Kerr? Chapter 96. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it, and you'll die. Kerr was Duan Lingtian's reverse scale. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Guang's eyes went cold as he shouted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian, so what if I spoke without thinking? Do you really think that you can look down on me just because you're the most outstanding youth in Aurora City? I don't know about others, but you. I really look down on you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. You're courting death. Li Guang's face went ghastly pale as he shouted out explosively. Bang! Origin energy raged as he punched out. The sound of air being torn apart sounded out as he flew menacingly towards Duan Lingtian, as if he had the help of the gods. Above his head, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level core formation martial artist. The moment Li Guang attacked, he used his full strength without holding back. 4th level of the core formation stage? No wonder you're so arrogant. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly focused as he took a step forward and both his hands swept out. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, fist and palm silhouettes swept out as origin energy suffused the air, as if transforming into layers of overlapping mist. Suddenly, whoosh! Finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, tearing through the air as piercing howls sounded out without end, landing on Li Guang's fist that was approaching menacingly as if it had the help of the gods. Instantly, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian's head, as well Ka. The clear sound of bones breaking sounded out. Instantly, Li Guang emitted a shrill cry as his body trembled and flew out 7 or 8 meters like an arrow that left the bow before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. Subsequently, Li Guang could be seen holding on to his shattered finger bones as he heartbreakingly rolled on the ground. As if he would never know exhaustion, Li Wen was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian stepped into the 3rd level of the core formation stage, as far as he was concerned. In the past, because Duan Lingtian had consumed the spirit fruit, his physical body had the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, more than the average martial artist. Presently, Duan Lingtian was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. There was only one possibility. Duan Lingtian had stepped into the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Brother Guang, are you okay? After regaining his senses, Li Wen walked over and helped Li Guang up. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stopped in front of Li Guang. His eyes were cold as ice. If you don't have the ability, then keep a low profile. Remember my words, there's always someone better. With that said, Duan Lingtian left, ignoring Li Guang's gloomy expression and fiery eyes. A martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage was nothing to him now. Now that he who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage exerted his full strength, he had the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, which was comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. Earlier, when he sent Li Guang flying, it was because he had held back and used less strength of an ancient mammoth. Otherwise, Li Guang's injuries would have been even worse. Duan Lingtian had just entered his house when the 2 little pythons flew over and landed on his shoulder. They flicked out their tongues and licked his cheeks in an extremely intimate manner. You 2 little fellows, it's only been a day and you've already missed me? Looking at the 2 little pythons, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. But in the next moment his smile froze, because he noticed that the 2 little pythons had leaped onto his hand and were eyeing the spatial ring on his hand. I thought you 2 really missed me, but I didn't expect that you 2 were actually eyeing the origin increasing pills in my spatial ring. Duan Lingtian jokingly scolded as he saw through the meaning in the eyes of the 2 little pythons. After taking out 2 origin increasing pills and tossing them to the 2 little fellows, Duan Lingtian let them play at the side. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian walked to the door of Ker's room and noticed that Ker was still cultivating. Only then did he return to his room. After consuming an origin increasing pill, he started cultivating as well. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, raging python form. Presently, Duan Lingtian was charging towards the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Because of the uniqueness of the raging python form, after he stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage and completed tempering his body with origin energy, the strength of his fleshly body increased to a level comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Adding on the fact that his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, it added up to the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. If he completes the tempering of his fleshly body at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, He will possess the strength of 9 ancient mammoths at that time. His strength will completely crush a 6th-level core formation martial artist and directly chase after a 7th-level core formation martial artist. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air and stopped cultivating. After walking out of his room, he noticed that the food was almost ready, so he sat at the table and waited. After a short moment, the whole family gathered around to eat. "Mom, I plan to go to Iron Blood City with Xiaoyu in a month." Duan Lingtian ate a mouthful of rice as he spoke in a light voice. "Are you going to the genius camp?" Li Ro asked. "Mom, how did you know?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Young master, big sister Fei Fei told us a long time ago. She said that during the last genius gathering, she noticed that you were extremely interested in the genius camp and that it was very likely that you would go, so she told me and Madam to be mentally prepared." Kerr lightly smiled. A trace of warmth flashed within Duan Lingtian's heart. He never would have thought that Li Fei had already paved the way for him. He originally thought that he would have to appease the 2 beauties at home. "Tian, you've grown up. You must take good care of yourself when you're outside. No matter what happens, you must place your safety as the #1 priority." Li Ro slowly said. "Mom, I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Young master, Kerr can't bear to part with you." The young girl pursed her lips as she spoke in a light voice. "Silly girl, I'm only going for a year. After a year, I'll definitely obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll bring you and Mom to the Imperial City." Duan Lingtian smiled. He had already planned all of this. He would leave after a month. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian also became busy. First, he helped Tang Ying inscribe 30 blood crescent inscriptions. Duan Lingtian didn't plan to take a single copper for these 30 blood crescent inscriptions and only wanted a promise from Tang Ying. During the year he left Aurora City for Iron Blood City, he wanted to protect his family. Duan Lingtian were assassins, not guards. Tang Ying laughed bitterly. "I originally wanted to take 3 million silver from you for the 30 blood crescent inscriptions, but now I won't take a single copper. Besides this, during the time I'm gone, we'll continue working together on the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. I'll let Kerr help me concoct it for you." Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll find someone else to work with for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. And these 30 blood crescent inscriptions, I think the people from the Alchemist Guild and the Weapons Craftsman Guild will be very interested." "Stop, I promise you." Tang Ying laughed bitterly, but in the end, he still chose to compromise. Only then did Duan Lingtian leave in satisfaction. Afterwards, he went to look for the Li clan's patriarch, Liao. He still remembered. Liao owed him a promise. "Patriarch, that day at the clan's martial meet, you made me admit defeat to Li Qing, and you once made me a promise. Do you still remember?" Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. "Of course I remember. What? Do you need my help with something?" Liao asked. 1 month from now, I'll be heading to Iron Blood City and entering the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. I hope that during the time I'm not here, Patriarch can guarantee the safety of my family," Duan Lingtian said. "You want to go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp?" Liao frowned. "Duan Lingtian, once you enter the Genius Camp, you will have a slim chance of surviving. Have you really thought it through?" Duan Lingtian nodded. "I promise you." Liao nodded in agreement. Aurora City, Alchemist Guild. "Kid, I was just about to go look for you." Seeing Duan Lingtian arrive, Sumo's face was full of smiles and his face was glowing. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he said with slight surprise, "Old man, you broke through?" "Chi." Sumo raised his hand, palm facing upwards, and a golden alchemy fire flashed. "I just broke through the day before yesterday. Congratulations." Duan Lingtian smiled. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through. After becoming a grade 7 alchemist, I've already applied to be transferred back to the county city. In a few days, I'll be leaving, and there will be someone to take over the mess in Aurora City." When Suemo spoke of the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, his face was full of disdain. "You said earlier that you were going to look for me. Was it to say goodbye to me?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. "That's right." Suemo nodded, then asked, "You came to look for me for something?" "I also came to say goodbye to you. 1 month from now, I'll leave Aurora City and head to Iron Blood City to participate in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp exam. After passing the Genius Camp's training, I'll obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy." Duan Lingtian slowly said, "Paladin Academy is a good choice. With your talent, it won't be difficult to make a name for yourself in Paladin Academy." Suemo nodded. He already knew that everything Duan Lingtian did was to follow his master's instructions and undergo experiential learning, so he didn't dare to extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian anymore. "Old man, I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in the future." Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Suemo and left the Alchemist Guild. Suemo sent Duan Lingtian out the door, and a trace of heartfelt gratitude flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to become a grade 7 alchemist in such a short period of time. Since they were about to part, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian didn't leave the Li family mansion. He properly stayed at home and accompanied Kerr and his mother. The day of parting drew closer and closer. "Faye, I'm going out for a moment." The old man's voice sounded from outside the room. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl in front of him with shining eyes, sizing up the young girl's hot figure from head to toe. "Little Faye, you can't run away today." Duan Lingtian pounced on her. In a short while, the young girl became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The young man's breathing became hurried, and the desire that he had suppressed for several months was completely released. After more than an hour, the young man let out a low roar, and the rain stopped. Looking at the beautiful red rose on the sheet, the young man's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes full of gentleness as he took the young girl into his arms with a tender expression. The young girl frowned, seeming to be somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 97. Early in the morning, outside of Aurora City, 3 large horses galloped out. It was precisely Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu, and Mengquan. "Once we arrive at Iron Blood City, we'll be able to see the young geniuses of Swallow Mountain County and the other 80 cities. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." On the galloping road, Mengquan grinned foolishly. "Yeah, Aurora City is only one of the 81 cities under Swallow Mountain County. There are 80 other cities that are similar to Aurora City, and they all surely have outstanding young geniuses. As for the county city, there are even more capable people." Xiaoyu deeply agreed. "No matter what, the purpose of our trip is to stand out from these people and become a member of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp." Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already temporarily thrown the reluctance to part to the back of his mind. What he wanted to do was to enter the Genius Camp, survive well, and obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. At that time, he would bring Kerr, Li Fei, and his mother, Li Ro, to the Imperial City. And Li Fei's grandfather. "The journey is long. Try not to cause too much trouble on the way." Xiaoyu had a serious expression as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian and Mengquan both nodded. Especially Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but recall what happened outside of Triumph City that day. Luckily, the son of the county governor didn't pursue the matter to Aurora City. The 3 of them carefully traveled for a month before finally arriving at Iron Blood City. Although Iron Blood City was one of the 81 cities under Swallow Mountain County, it was different. Iron Blood City was the only city in Swallow Mountain County that didn't have to pay taxes to the county governor's estate. The taxes of Iron Blood City were all used to pay the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he arrived outside Iron Blood City and looked at the city that was like an iron bucket. He would spend the next year at this place. So many people. Meng Quan's gaze fell on the city gate of Iron Blood City. There were groups of 3 to 5 youths galloping over from all the main roads. These people had obviously come for the Genius Camp test as well. Although the Genius Camp was cruel, there was still a chance of survival. If one could survive, then they would soar into the sky. There were still many people who wanted to take a gamble. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 followed the crowd and entered Iron Blood City. The road in front of him suddenly opened up. The endless stream of carriages and horses was bustling with noise and excitement. We're finally here. Monarch ***, I've been on the road for 2 months. This is the first time I've traveled so far. 2 months is already good enough. There are still people who need to travel for nearly 3 months. Let's go. Let's find a place to take a good bath. Monarch ***, I'm so itchy. 2 youths rode past Duan Lingtian and the other 2. One of the youths complained all the way. 2 months? Meng Quan was dazed, then laughed bitterly. We've only been on the road for a month, and even I can't take it. I didn't expect that there would be people more miserable than us. Of course, Iron Blood City is located in the east of Swallow Mountain County. Our Aurora City is fine, as it's located in the southeast of Swallow Mountain County. For those people who are located in the extreme west of Swallow Mountain County, they need to travel for at least 3 months before arriving at Iron Blood City. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. During this 1 month of getting along with Xiao Yu, Duan Lingtian noticed a problem. Xiao Yu always had a cold expression when facing strangers, but when facing people he was familiar with, he was extremely casual. According to the words of his previous life, this was acting cool. No matter what, we've already arrived. Let's first find an inn to stay at. Duan Lingtian said. In next to no time, the 3 of them found a relatively clean inn to stay at. After resting for a few hours, the sky was already close to dusk. The 3 of them walked out of the inn and found a nearby restaurant to have a meal. During this 1 month, the 3 of them hadn't had a proper meal at the place. The restaurant's lobby was filled with people. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 was quite lucky, as a few people at a table near the window had just finished eating and left. There's really a lot of people. After Meng Quan sat down, he sighed with emotion. These few days every year should be the busiest time in Iron Blood City. Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings for a moment and noticed that more than 60% of the people eating in the restaurant's lobby were youths. Moreover, most of them were wolfing down their food, obviously having not had a proper meal for many days. These people should be the same as them, young geniuses that had just arrived at Iron Blood City. In next to no time, 2 waiters came over and cleared away the leftovers on the table. Let's have a proper meal today, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Suddenly, 4 youths arrived before the table of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. You 3 hurry up and move aside. We want this table. One of the youths in blue had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his voice was like muffled thunder. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the blue-clothed youth and didn't pay attention to him. Xiao Yu was also too lazy to pay attention to him. On the other hand, Meng Quan's face sank as he angrily said, On what basis? We've already taken this table. If you want a seat, wait for the others to finish eating. Kid, do you know who we are? The other youth in blue had an ominous glint in his eyes. Who you are has nothing to do with me. I only know that this table is ours. Meng Quan argued with reason. You 3 really want to go against our Yu clan? Our Yu clan is one of the 5 great clans of the county capital. It's not something that a small clan from a small city like yours can compare to. The gray-clothed youth berated. A great clan from the county capital? Meng Quan's face slightly changed. To Meng Quan, the 3 great clans of Aurora City were already considered colossi, not to mention a great clan from the county capital. That was simply a huge sin. That's right, we're the disciples of the Yu clan. Seeing the change in Meng Quan's expression, the gray-clothed youth was slightly complacent. Waiter, give us your restaurant's best signature dish. Duan Lingtian dug his ears as he looked at the waiter in the distance and instructed. Also give us 2 bottles of good wine. Xiao Yu had a cold expression as he coolly added, Yes, customer. Hearing this, the waiter hurriedly went to prepare. Didn't you hear what I said? The gray-clothed youth's face changed as he angrily stared at Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the other 3 youths beside him were extremely unsightly as well. Xiao Yu, tell me, how can there be such an annoying creature like a fly in this world? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and pretended to be surprised as he asked. Who knows, maybe they were born to be cheap. Xiao Yu cooperated. That makes sense. Meng Quan, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan. Meng Quan was only from a small clan after all, and when he heard that these youths were from a large clan in the county city, he couldn't help but be astonished. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu being fearless, he was infected and took a deep breath before recovering. I think that makes sense as well. You're courting death. The gray-clothed youth's face changed greatly as he slapped out with his palm. Origin energy skyrocketed as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian, the instigator. Above him, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 3rd level core formation martial artist. Meng Quan's face changed. Humph. Xiao Yu snorted coldly as he flicked his sleeve, and origin energy suffused his sleeve as he moved to intercept the gray-clothed youth's palm strike. Above Xiao Yu's head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared. Sleeve dimension. Bang! The gray-clothed youth's body shook as he felt his arm go numb. He temporarily lost all feeling and only recovered after a short moment. Xiao Yu, you broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan exclaimed in surprise. I broke through a month ago. Xiao Yu nodded. Kill them. The gray-clothed youth's face was gloomy as he shouted out explosively and pounced toward Xiao Yu. Instantly, the other 3 youths attacked at the same time, flashing out with a vast momentum. F***K off. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he abruptly shouted out explosively and stood up abruptly. He casually swung out his arm without even using a martial skill. It was like a python's tail sweeping out. Instantly, 6 dazzling and resplendent ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Bang! A terrifying force gushed out from his arm and flashed towards the 4 youths that approached menacingly. Instantly, the 4 youths were like the wind as they flew out and landed on the ground in a sorry state. 4th level of the core formation stage. The restaurant's lobby was in an uproar. Gazes of disbelief descended onto Duan Lingtian as their hearts trembled. Oh my God, this youth looks to be only 16 or 17, but he's actually a 4th level core formation martial artist. Which city did he come from? Which clan did he come from? Could it be that he's a member of a large clan from the county city? Impossible. Didn't you hear these 4 people say that they're members of the county city's Yu clan? If he's a member of a large clan from the county city, then with his natural talent, how could these 4 people not recognize him? The county city's Yu clan has really lost face this time. The crowd discussed animatedly. Many people had mocking expressions as they looked at the 4 youths that were struggling to stand up. 4th level of the core formation stage. The 4 youths' expressions were unsightly as they looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that revealed fear. If you still don't F***K off, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he swept the 4 youths one by one. Kid, the Yu clan won't let you off. The 4 youths' expressions went grim, and at the same time that they fled in a sorry state, they didn't forget to verbally threaten Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't mind and sat back down. You all are. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were staring fixedly at him, and he instantly felt uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian, you're simply a monster. You've broken through to the third level of the core formation stage as well. As Meng Quan finished speaking, he lowered his voice. He knew that the strength of Duan Lingtian's fleshly body was extraordinary. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian was able to exert the strength of 6 ancient mammoths, he surely had broken through to the third level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. He didn't say yes, nor did he say no. Is there even a need to ask? He's surely broken through to the third level of the core formation stage. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asserted. At this moment, he felt powerless in his heart. He originally thought that after breaking through to the third level of the core formation stage, he would be able to compete with Duan Lingtian again. But now it seemed that Duan Lingtian had left him even further behind. This violet-clothed youth's natural talent is too shocking. Yeah, even our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's third son, Pei San, has a natural talent that's inferior to his. I heard that Pei San originally planned to participate in the Genius Camp test this time, but because of an accident a few months ago, he didn't come. What accident? Could it be that you haven't heard? That Pei San had one of his arms chopped off by a sword cultivator outside of Triumph City. Although it was reattached later, he was unable to use any martial skills, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. Chapter 98. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Pei San, the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, had an arm chopped off by him. Unexpectedly, the news had already spread by now. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. There is no such thing as an absolute secret in this world, not to mention such explosive news. Before long, the waiter served the dishes and wine. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 chatted as they ate. I've heard of Pei San, the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Supposedly, he broke through to the third level of the core formation stage before the age of 17 and is a famous young genius in Swallow Mountain County. Meng Quan's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. Since the arm he used to execute martial skills was crippled, his life can be considered to be completely ruined. Xiao Yu said, "Doesn't he still have the other arm?" Meng Quan was stunned. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. Meng Quan was puzzled as he looked at the violet-clothed youth across the table. Duan Lingtian, what does Xiao Yu mean by this? Meng Quan. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan and smiled. Which hand are you good at using to execute martial skills? Of course it's my right hand. Meng Quan said bluntly. Then which hand do you usually use when eating, holding chopsticks, or writing? Duan Lingtian asked again. My right hand as well. I've been used to it since I was young. Meng Quan didn't think before directly replying. Then that's right. For example, if your right hand was crippled and you were unable to execute martial skills, how long would it take for you to completely replace your right hand with your left hand? Duan Lingtian asked again. At this moment, Meng Quan seemed to have completely understood. A person's life was only a few tens of years. That Pei San, with his most important arm crippled, if he wanted to once again use his other hand to cultivate martial skills, or even change to a leg technique martial skill, he would surely have to spend an extremely large amount of time. In this way, the improvement of his cultivation base would be delayed. As time passed, even his peers who were slightly less talented than him in the past would leave him in the dust. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. I don't know who was so ruthless, cutting off Pei San's arm with one strike. That's the son of our Swallow Mountain County's governor. If he's found out, I'm afraid he'll die without a burial place. Xiao Yu didn't think much of it. It's been so long, and I haven't heard that the county governor's manor has found the culprit. I guess they can't find him. That's true. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and ate his food unhurriedly. It was as if the conversation between Meng Quan and Xiao Yu had nothing to do with him. However, Duan Lingtian, you were really ruthless just now. Those 4 people from the Yu clan were directly sent, flying by you. I'm afraid this matter will spread throughout Iron Blood City not long after. At that time, the Yu clan will really lose face. Xiao Yu glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head with a smile. Even if they lose face, it's because they brought it upon themselves. There are so many people eating in the restaurant, but they just had to target our table. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes with an indifferent expression. The Yu clan won't find trouble with us, right? Meng Quan was slightly worried. Meng Quan, you're worrying too much. Even if the Yu clan wants to find trouble with us, it would be a year later. The strength of the people from the Yu clan isn't bad and should be able to enter the genius camp. At that time, it's hard to say if they'll even be able to survive. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly twitched. He felt a trace of genuine killing intent from Xiao Yu's body. This was something that none of the young martial artists he'd encountered in the past had. Obviously, Xiao Yu had killed people before. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the restaurant. However, they were deeply remembered by the group of young geniuses in the restaurant, especially Duan Lingtian, a 16 or 17-year-old 4th-level core formation martial artist. It was difficult for them not to remember him. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked around Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn to rest. Tomorrow, they would head to the Iron Blood Army's camp to register. Tonight, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate. He lay on the bed and recalled his experiences in the past year. He couldn't help but sigh. Now, I can be considered to have completely integrated into this world. A warm smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He thought of his mother, Li Ro, thought of Kerr, thought of Li Fei. They were the people he cared about the most in this world. For them, he was willing to go against the entire world. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep. He had a very long dream. In the dream, he was entangled with Kerr and little Fei, and then had many, many children when his 9th child was born. Duan Lingtian. A voice that was like muffled thunder startled Duan Lingtian awake. F***K. Meng Quan, you've disturbed my beautiful dream. Duan Lingtian casually washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room as he cursed. Meng Quan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Let's go register. At this time, Xiao Yu also came out. The east side of Iron Blood City had been divided into a vast area. This was the Iron Blood Army's camp. Now, at the entrance of the Iron Blood Army's camp, there were many lines like a long dragon. One by one, the youths lined up neatly. We're still too late. Meng Quan could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the dense mass of troops. It doesn't matter if we're late, as long as someone didn't come late. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both puzzled. Let's go. Someone has saved a spot for us. Duan Lingtian brought along Xiao Yu and Li Wuyo as he took the lead and squeezed his way to the front of the group. Hey, have some manners, line up. Shame on you for cutting the line. Kid, I'm talking to you. Immediately, the group of youths, who were sweating profusely because of the line, couldn't help but shout at Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both a little embarrassed. Duan Lingtian, let's line up, Meng Quan said in a low voice. Duan Lingtian ignored Meng Quan and instead looked at the few people who were shouting. He frowned and said, "What are you shouting for? Which eye of yours saw me cutting the line?" "We came early in the morning, and our companions are still saving a spot for us." After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of people who were shouting quieted down, but they looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both dumbfounded. Companions? How come they didn't know that they had companions? "Hey, brothers, thank you for helping us line up and save a spot. Lunch is on me." At this time, Duan Lingtian had already reached the front of the line and slapped the gray-clothed youth on the shoulder. "Which bastard touched the old?" the gray-clothed youth shouted. But when he saw Duan Lingtian, he forcefully swallowed the word bastard back down his throat. You, brothers, thank you for your hard work." Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes and smiled as he interrupted the gray-clothed youth's words, then looked at the three youths behind him and nodded. He seemed kind, but in Duan Lingtian's eyes there was a trace of threat. These four youths were none other than the 4U family youths who were taught a lesson by Duan Lingtian at the restaurant yesterday evening. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan finally reacted, and secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Just like this, Duan Lingtian and the other two successfully cut the queue. The surrounding youths who were eyeing the gray-clothed youth saw no reaction, and naturally thought that Duan Lingtian and the other two were with him, of course. There were also some youths who happened to be eating at the restaurant yesterday who recognized Duan Lingtian and the gray-clothed youth, but they didn't say anything. They had all seen Duan Lingtian's strength and were afraid of getting into trouble. The gray-clothed youth's face was flushed red, and his heart was trembling. "Mother *her, did I offend Tice Wei these 2 days? Why do I have to meet this fiend wherever I go? It's fine that I lost face at the restaurant yesterday, but this morning when I came to line up, he still cut the queue. But he didn't dare to say anything, or else he could imagine that his end would be even worse than yesterday. Yu Xiao, this guy is too much." The three youths behind the gray-clothed youth were filled with righteous indignation, but they only dared to use a mosquito-like voice to speak. "Then what do you think we should do? Why don't you chase him away?" Yu Xiao rolled his eyes at his three companions. When the three youths heard this, they immediately acted as if they didn't hear anything. They looked left and right, maintaining their silence. After a while, it was Duan Lingtian and the other two's turn. After filling in the simple registration information, the three of them each received a number plate. Duan Lingtian's was number 137. Xiao Yu's was number 138. Meng Quan's was number 139. Before noon tomorrow, use your number plates to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp and participate in the test. Once you pass the test, you will be a member of the Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army soldier, wearing light armor, had a cold expression. Duan Lingtian and the other two nodded and turned around, preparing to leave. "Thanks, brother. In view of our fate, I will definitely treat you to tea when I have time." Before leaving, Duan Lingtian patted the shoulder of the gray-clothed youth and grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. "Also, your name is not bad. Yu Xiao. Just hearing it, I know it's an extraordinary name. I've learned some divination. Believe me, you will definitely be an extraordinary person in the future." It was very obvious that Duan Lingtian had heard the conversation between Yu Xiao and his three companions. The corners of Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's mouths twitched, and they forcefully held back their laughter. Yu Xiao's face darkened. "This fiend, what does he want to do?" "Okay, brother, quickly go get your number plate. Otherwise, Big Brother Soldier will be unhappy." Duan Lingtian smiled and patted Yu Xiao's shoulder as he slowly said. After finishing speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other two walked out. At this moment, the four of you are together. The face of the young soldier from the Iron Blood Army sank as he asked Yu Xiao and the three people behind him. "Yes, Big Brother Soldier." Yu Xiao hurriedly nodded his head. Although he was a disciple of the County Cities Yu clan, The might of the Iron Blood Army shook the world. The soldiers within the Iron Blood Army were said to be vicious and merciless, so he didn't dare be presumptuous. The 3 people in front of you have already gotten their number plates a while ago. You only came over now. Are you intentionally making me wait and making me look bad? The soldier from the Iron Blood Army seemed to have transformed into an angry King Kong as he shouted in a low voice. No, no. Yu Shao hurriedly waved his hand. Humph. Since the 4 of you are delaying the time of the people behind you, now scram to the back of the line and line up again. Chapter 99. Big Brother Soldier, it's not my fault, it's all. Yu Shao still wanted to argue. Get lost. The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sank as he roared. The terrifying murderous aura from the battlefield enveloped Yu Zhao's body, pressuring Yu Shao to the point that his face was deathly pale. Yu Shao and the other 3 could only run to the end of the line and line up again. Suddenly, there was a burst of mocking laughter around them. Hey, brother, how can you make Big Brother Soldier wait? It's not easy for Big Brother Soldier. So many people want to sign up, it's very hard for him. You should be considerate. Perhaps it was intentional. Duan Lingtian waited at the end of the line, looked at Yu Shao, shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. Yu Zhao's face turned red. He couldn't hold it in any more. Brat, I will definitely not let you go. Brother, it's bad for your body to be angry. When you finish the line, remember to drink more water. Duan Lingtian grinned and immediately left with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. Ha ha ha! Meng Quan was the first one who couldn't hold it in and laughed wantonly. Xiao Yu also laughed. Duan Lingtian, you did it on purpose, right? Before leaving, you didn't forget to trick Yu Shao. You're too ruthless. Meng Quan once again gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. I really didn't know that you were so good at teasing people. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Cough, cough. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Duan Lingtian coughed twice and asked seriously. Yes. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both nodded in tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian's smile completely froze. Let's go while it's still early. Let's eat breakfast. With an awkward smile, Duan Lingtian changed the topic. The 3 of them were in a good mood and enjoyed the meal. For the rest of the day, they walked around Iron Blood City. In the evening, they returned to the inn after dinner. He was waiting for tomorrow's assessment. That night, Duan Lingtian consumed the origin increasing pill and calmly cultivated the mental cultivation method of the 9 dragons' war sovereign techniques, raging python form. The raging python transformation was different from the spirit serpent transformation. If the spirit snake transformation focused on cultivating the body to be as flexible as a spirit snake, the raging python transformation, on the other hand, allowed the fleshly body to possess the power of a raging python. Just like how Duan Lingtian taught the 4 youths of the Yu family a lesson yesterday. A seemingly casual flick of his arm contained the strength of a wild python. As if a wild python was whipping its tail to attack, it could be considered a group attack. It was different from the finishing touch. The finishing touch of the dragon was evolved from the cloud-piercing finger cultivated by the rebirth martial emperor, and it was an extremely strong single-target attack technique. The raging python form gives me strength. Although it's not a martial skill, its power isn't inferior to a martial skill. It's similar to a demonic beast's attack. I have a feeling that once I cultivate the raging python form to the end, its power won't be inferior to a high-grade profound level martial skill at the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with motivation as he cultivated the mental cultivation method of the raging python form even more assiduously. He cultivated until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, because they were only required to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp before noon, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 slept until late in the morning. They were mentally prepared. Once they became a member of the genius camp, they probably wouldn't have the chance to sleep in anymore. After eating breakfast, the three of them unhurriedly walked towards the Iron Blood Army's camp. When they arrived at the entrance of the camp and showed their number plates, Duan, Lingtian, and the other two walked in. What entered their eyes was a spacious drill ground. The drill ground was surrounded by people, all of whom were youths below the age of 19. Duan, Lingtian, and the other two stood at the side. They were waiting for noon to arrive. Duan, Lingtian. Suddenly, Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression, then looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked. He saw the four youths from the Yu clan of the county city appear again. This time, there was one more person among them. Yu Xiao and the other three were now following behind this person, respectful and reverent. This was a youth around the age of 18. He was wearing black clothes with gold trimmings, and his face had a cold and unyielding expression. He was practically a replica of Xiaoyu. Yu Xiao also saw Duan Lingtian. His expression changed. Then he seemed to whisper something to the black-clothed youth in the lead. The black-clothed youth frowned as he heard what was said. His sharp gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he walked towards Duan Lingtian. "So it's you. Not only did you injure my Yu clan's people, you also repeatedly teased them?" The black-clothed youth approached menacingly. His gaze was cold, as if he was about to swallow someone whole. Whoosh! Above the black-clothed youth, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions changed. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised as he was slightly surprised. He was still thinking that the Yu clan was one of the 5 great clans of the county city. Logically speaking, it was impossible for only Yu Zhao's group of 4 to come. Amongst Yu Zhao's group of 4, Yu Xiao was the strongest, but he was still far from being a match for Xiao Yu. Although they were both at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension completely crushed him, so it turned out that the black-clothed youth before him was the true genius of the Yu clan. 18 years old, 4th level of the core formation stage. His natural talent could be considered to be not bad. At this moment, the surrounding youths that noticed the commotion gathered over to join in the fun. "It's Yu Xiang, the number 1 youth of the county city's Yu clan." Supposedly, amongst the county city's youths, this Yu Xiang strength is ranked 2nd, only below the Tan clan's Tan Rui. Exactly. Although Yu Xiang is also a 4th level core formation martial artist like Tan Rui, his martial skill is inferior to Tan Rui's, but there isn't much of a difference. Who's this violet-clothed youth? He actually dares to offend Yu Xiang. I recognize him. He beat up the other 4 members of the Yu clan at dusk 2 days ago. So that's how it is. Looks like Yu Xiang is standing up for them. Some of the youths discussed animatedly. Exactly. I did injure them, but they were the ones who caused trouble first. As for playing tricks on them, I wonder where that came from. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Yu Xiang. He heard the surrounding discussions as well. He never imagined that this Yu Xiang was actually the number 2 youth of the county city. "You caused us to line up again. Isn't this playing tricks on us?" Yu Zhao's face flushed red as he roared. "What does it have to do with me if you line up again? You should go look for that soldier, right?" Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. "The 3 of you, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Then I'll let this matter pass." Yu Xiang's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Although he found out from Yu Xiao that this violet-clothed youth was a 6th level core formation martial artist. But as far as he was concerned, how could a 16 or 17-year-old kid compare to him in terms of combat experience and martial skill? Meng Quan's face went grim, and under his rage, even his breathing became hurried. Xiao Yu's cold face also had a trace of coldness. "Ha ha! Duan Lingtian laughed as he took a step forward and looked straight at Yu Xiang without fear. The four of you kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Maybe I'll let bygones be bygones and forgive you. As he finished speaking, a strand of bloody killing intent extended out from Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Xiang's face went grim when he was attacked by the killing intent. What are you all doing? Just at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. A robust Iron Blood Army general walked into the crowd in large strides, and after understanding the sequence of events, his face sank. Today is the day of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test. If anyone dares cause a conflict before the test, they will be directly disqualified. The robust general shouted in a low voice. My brother is your Iron Blood Army Centurion Yu Hong. Yu Xiang looked at the robust general and his eyes flickered. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's faces were unsightly as well. This Yu Xiang's brother was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army? Duan Lingtian could be unafraid of Yu Xiang, but he had no choice but to fear Yu Xiang's brother, who was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army. At the same time, the crowd was restless. I remember now. Yu Xiang's brother, Yu Hong, entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp 7 years ago. Later on, no one heard of him entering Paladin Academy, and many people thought he died. Who would have thought that he stayed in the Iron Blood Army and even became a centurion? A 25-year-old centurion. Truly extraordinary. No wonder I heard that Yu Xiang didn't even line up to register for the Genius Camp test this time. So his brother had already made arrangements for him. His brother is a centurion of the Iron Blood Army, so he still has this bit of privilege. F***K. This Yu Xiang has the care of his brother, Yu Hong, during the Genius Camp training. So wouldn't he similarly have the privilege to smoothly pass? It's good to have a brother that's a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. In my opinion, this Yu Xiang doesn't even need to come. At that time, he can just ask his brother to give him a spot to enter Paladin Academy. All the youths discussed animatedly, and all of them pointed their spears at Yu Xiang. The robust general's face went grim when he saw the situation going out of control. After glaring at Yu Xiang, he said loudly, Everyone, don't worry. The training of our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is equal to everyone. Moreover, if it's a general with a relative in the Genius Camp, then he can't interfere in the Genius Camp's training as he has to avoid arousing suspicion. Our Iron Blood Army has strict rules regarding this, and if someone violates them, then the general will punish them according to law. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Xiang with a fierce gaze. I don't care if your brother is a centurion of our Iron Blood Army or not. Since you're standing here today, then you have to abide by the rules of the Iron Blood Army. Otherwise, I'll revoke your qualifications to participate in the test. The robust general's voice was like a clap of thunder as it spread out. For a moment, many youths' expressions calmed down slightly. You're just a decurion, yet you dare not take my brother seriously? Yu Xiang's face sank and his gaze went cold. The Iron Blood Army's military law is like a mountain. Even if a centurion makes a mistake, he'll be punished the same as a soldier. The robust general spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Good job, Lord Decurion. Many youths couldn't help but praise. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust general as well. He was able to discern that this was a man of character, and there was no falsehood in his words. Good. Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly as he stared at the robust general. What's your name? I'll have to remember it properly and make my brother remember you properly as well. Do you need to make your brother remember me properly as well? Chapter 100. As the voice sounded out, the crowd automatically opened up a path. A dignified, middle-aged man wearing exquisite armor slowly walked into the crowd under the escort of 2 generals. His gaze fell upon Yu Xiang. Yu Xiong's expression changed. Greetings to the vice commander. Greetings to the two Kiliarchs. The sturdy general respectfully bowed towards the three people. Vice commander, Kiliarchs. The surrounding youths, including the unsightly Yu Xiong, all respectfully bowed. Only a purple-clothed youth stood there unmoved. Why aren't you bowing? The dignified, middle-aged man, who was the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, deeply looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. The corners of Yu Xiong's mouth curled into a cold smile, feeling that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. I'm not a member of the Iron Blood Army now. Why should I bow to you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. How dare you? The expressions of the two Kiliarchs behind the vice commander changed as they shouted out explosively. Instantly, two dense killing auras enveloped Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to subdue Duan Lingtian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood where he was, unmoved. The expressions of the two Kiliarchs froze, their faces full of surprise. Was this really a 16 or 17-year-old youth? He actually ignored the killing aura that they had developed from slaughtering on the battlefield. If they knew what Duan Lingtian did in his previous life, perhaps they wouldn't be so surprised. The vice commander looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked with interest, What's the reason behind this? They're not members of the Iron Blood Army. Why should they bow to us? Them. Duan Lingtian swept the surrounding youths with his gaze and slowly said, There are only 3 reasons why they bow to you. First, fear you. Second, admire you. Third, blindly follow the crowd. Fear? Respect? Follow the trend. Huh. Interesting. I have to say that your words have hit the nail on the head. The vice commander nodded, revealing a rare smile. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan heaved a sigh of relief. The expressions of Yu Xiong, Yu Xiao, and the rest of the Yu family youths were very ugly. So, you're not afraid of us, you don't admire us, and you're not blindly following us, right? The vice commander asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How dare you? The vice commander's expression suddenly changed as he let out a roar. An even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but this murderous aura also spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding youth's expressions to change. Even Yu Xiong's face turned red from the pressure. At this moment, apart from the 2 Kiliarchs, the Centurion, and the vice commander himself, there was only one person present who wasn't affected in the slightest. That person was Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the murderous aura. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. His expression was calm, as if even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression wouldn't change. Good. The vice commander suddenly smiled, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. Little guy, what's your name? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly moved. Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, your name is crazy enough. You actually dare to stand above the heavens. The smile on the vice commander's face didn't stop. Then he said, I'm the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, Qiao Qingshan, the person in charge of the Genius Camp exam this time. I hope you can smoothly pass the exam. I'm looking forward to your performance. I definitely won't disappoint, Vice Commander Qiao. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, neither humble nor overbearing. The surrounding youths were all completely dumbstruck. When Duan Lingtian was debating with Vice Commander Qiao, they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. In the end, when they saw Duan Lingtian actually receive Vice Commander Qiao's special treatment, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If it was them, they would probably have been scared to the point of collapsing on the ground by Vice Commander Qiao. Duan Lingtian. They all deeply remembered this name. This youth that dared to confront the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, who had been through hundreds of battles, was bound to be engraved in their hearts. Yu Xiong's expression became more and more unsightly. This fellow, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, revealing a trace of viciousness. Duan Lingtian frowned. This Yuxiang really didn't know when to stop. Decurion Wang Mang, what you said earlier was very good. You didn't lose face for our Iron Blood Army. At this moment, Qiao Qingshan looked at the robust general and nodded. Lord Vice Commander, this is what I should do. Wang Mang straightened his body and spoke loudly. Very good. Wang Mang, from today onwards, you will replace Yu Hong and be promoted to Centurion. Yu Hong, for privately taking the test number plate for his younger brother and seeking personal gain for his younger brother. He will be demoted to Decurion. Qiao Qingshan's expression was calm as he slowly gave the order. Yu Xiang's expression changed greatly. He never imagined that he would actually indirectly harm his older brother. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with became even more vicious. As far as he was concerned, it was all because of Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, Wang Mang wouldn't have been attracted, and the matter wouldn't have developed to such an unmanageable extent. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Wang Mang revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and repeatedly thanked. This is what you deserve. Qiao Qingshan nodded. Seeing all this, a trace of a flowing light flashed past Duan Lingtian's eyes, and a trace of admiration arose in his heart. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. Duan Lingtian pays his respects to Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian bowed to Qiao Qingshan. Qiao Qingshan was dazed for a moment, then reacted and laughed. You little fellow, you're rather interesting. Quickly, Qiao Qingshan looked at Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang, originally, I should have taken back the number plate in your hand and disqualified you from participating in the Genius Camp test. But since your older brother has already been punished, I'll let bygones be bygones. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Yu Xiang's heart was bitter, but he could only express his thanks. All right, noon has arrived. The Genius Camp test officially begins. Qiao Qingshan's voice was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy and spread throughout the entire drill grounds. At the same time, he brought the 2 Kiliarchs and ascended the high platform in the center of the drill grounds. This year, our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test will be different from the past. This year's test only has one word, and that is slaughter. Qiao Qingshan looked at the group of youths before him as he slowly spoke. Slaughter? Many youths had puzzled expressions. Slightly interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Xiao Yu's face was calm. Meng Quan's expression slightly changed as he asked, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, this slaughter wouldn't be referring to killing people, right? What? You've never killed anyone before. Duan Lingtian laughed as he asked. Of course not. Meng Quan shook his head. Then you have to learn properly today. Duan Lingtian laughed. You've killed someone before? Meng Quan stared. Is it very strange? Duan Lingtian was dazed. I just remembered that you're a freak. Xiao Yu, have you killed anyone before? Rolling his eyes at Duan Lingtian, Meng Quan looked at Xiao Yu. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded his head. Meng Quan bitterly smiled. Oh no, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the exam. You rascal! The exam hasn't even started yet, and you're already slacking off. If it were up to me, you might as well just give up and go home. Duan Lingtian unhappily said. No, I won't go back. I must pass the exam. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Quan seemed to have thought of something as his gaze suddenly became firm. This caused Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu to be somewhat surprised. It seemed that Meng Quan was also a person with a story. At this time, the Iron Blood Army's Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan had already started to announce the rules of the exam. This year's exam emphasizes courage, strength, and teamwork. Those who participate in the assessment can participate alone or with a trusted companion. Qiao Qingshan said until here. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other and smiled. Meng Quan, I plan to participate in the exam together with Xiaoyu. Do you want to come with us? Duan Lingtian asked. Thank you. I know you want to help me, but I still want to rely on myself. You can help me now, but you can't help me forever. A trace of gratitude flashed past Meng Quan's eyes as he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions. I believe you'll definitely pass the exam. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. That's right. In order to encourage you, Duan Lingtian and I will also face the exam alone. Xiaoyu also said, this time's exam will be carried out in a 1 versus 10 way. The opponent of each of you will be the 10 enemy soldiers captured by our Iron Blood Army on the battlefield. Kill 10 enemy soldiers, and you'll be considered to have passed the exam. Xiao Qingshan said until here and paused for a moment. Instantly, the expressions of the group of youths on the drill grounds changed greatly. What kind of joke is this? Each of us has to face 10 enemy soldiers? Even if those soldiers are far inferior to the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood Army, no matter how weak they are, they will surely be existences at the 9th level of the body tempering stage or above. If there are some core formation martial artists mixed in, how will we deal with them? Yeah, this is simply a death exam. The entire drill grounds was in an uproar. Quiet! Xiao Qingshan's voice covered everyone's voices. Instantly, the drill grounds returned to its calm state. The enemy soldiers will arrange for each of you will be 6 at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, 3 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 1 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If 2 people participate in the exam together, then we'll arrange 12 at the 9th level of the core formation stage, 6 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 2 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If there are 3 people, then so on and so forth. If any of you don't dare, you can choose to withdraw now and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. As he finished speaking, Xiao Qingshan's voice became cold and indifferent. Now, I'll give you 3 minutes to consider, Xiao Qingshan added. Instantly, the drill grounds fell into chaos once again. 3 minutes passed, and only a mere 10 or so people left. The remaining youths numbered over 200 people. Only so few people left. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. Among the people standing here today, there are only a few people who think they're lucky after all. Most of them have the determination to risk their lives, so how could they easily withdraw from the exam? Duan Lingtian saw through everything and hit the nail on the head. These enemy soldiers' martial skills are surely far inferior to ours, but they've been on the battlefield and have experienced hundreds of battles. They view killing people as a game and can't be underestimated. Chapter 101. I understand. Meng Quan took a deep breath, his gaze firm. He knew clearly in his heart. These enemy kingdom soldiers that had experienced the baptism of the flames of war had already disregarded life and death from the moment they were captured. They would absolutely not show mercy when they attacked. He felt the pressure, but what he felt even more was battle intent. At this moment, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Xiao Qingshan, looked at the group of youths that chose to stay behind and said, "Very good. All of you didn't disappoint me. Since it's like this, I announce that the Genius Camp test officially begins." As soon as Xiao Qingshan finished speaking, a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers escorted a group of enemy kingdom soldiers that were tied up and walked over in large strides, standing at the side of the drill grounds. They were vast and mighty, like a black cloud pressing down on a city. These enemy kingdom soldiers all had wooden expressions, without a trace of life. Today, I'll give you captives a chance to live. 6 9th level body tempering martial artists, 3 1st level core formation martial artists, and 1 2nd level core formation martial artist. If you can kill any one of them, then I'll return your freedom. Xiao Qingshan extended his hand to point at the group of youths, and his gaze descended onto the over 2,000 enemy kingdom soldiers. In an instant, the spirits of these enemy kingdom soldiers that had ashen faces shook, and their eyes emitted yearning, yearning for life, yearning for freedom. Their gazes then descended onto the group of youths on the other side of the drill grounds, and their eyes emitted bloodthirsty, killing intent. Instantly, many of the youths in the group of youths went pale. When had they ever faced such a ferocious person? The gazes of these people simply wished for nothing more than to tear them apart. These enemy kingdom soldiers will surely fight to the death in order to survive. Duan Lingtian sighed. Yeah, we absolutely can't slack off. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. Number 1, step out. A captain behind Qiao Qingshan stood out, and his gaze descended onto the group of youths. Instantly, a youth stepped out. The youth's face was pale, and his eyes emitted a trace of terror. Seeing the youth like this, the captain frowned and asked, "Are you going to take the test by yourself or with your companions?" I'm taking the test with my companions." The youth was slightly flustered. At this moment, another 2 youths stepped out, and their expressions were unsightly as well. "Report your number." The captain's voice was cold and indifferent. A pen and paper appeared in his hand, and he started recording. "Number 2. Number 3. The 2 youths took a deep breath, reported their number plates, and stood together with the youth who came out first. "Release the 30 captives and enter the field." The Chiliarch looked at the enemy soldiers at the front of the line. After the 30 enemy soldiers were untied, they loosened their arms and legs as they stepped onto the field. Their faces revealed crazy and ferocious smiles. Their gazes landed on the 3 youths and flashed with a cold light. It was as if a pack of dogs had seen 3 meat bones. Begin. As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking, the 30 enemy soldiers and the 3 youths moved. Kill! 30 enemy soldiers roared at the same time, their voices as loud as thunder. When the 3 youths heard this, their complexions changed greatly. Facing the 30 enemy soldiers who pounced on them like ferocious beasts, they were so scared that they were stunned. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they didn't move an inch. In an instant, the 3 youths were torn to pieces by the 30 enemy soldiers. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the entire drill ground. On one side of the drill ground, more than 90% of the youths were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some of them were even worse, vomiting out everything they had eaten in the morning. For a moment, the entire drill ground was filled with a strange smell, so smelly. The pale-faced Meng Quan pinched his nose. Xiao Yu frowned. Only Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest reaction. As a mercenary in his previous life, he had been through even worse environments. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. "Send them out of the city," the Chiliarch said. Immediately, a group of iron blood soldiers stepped out of the line. "Thank you, sir." The 30 enemy soldiers had expressions of ecstasy. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. When the remaining enemy soldiers saw that their 30 companions had regained their freedom so easily, their eyes lit up, and they longed to be able to enter the field as soon as possible. Now, they looked at the group of youths in the distance as if they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If you choose to join forces with your companions, the danger is even greater. 3 people against 30 enemy soldiers who have good teamwork. Even if you are strong, it will be difficult to defend against their siege. Some youths noticed that something was wrong. Some of the youths who originally planned to join forces with their companions all gave up on the idea of joining forces. "Looks like I still have foresight." Meng Quan grinned. "These enemy soldiers are too ferocious. I actually hope to join forces with you." "Meng Quan, are you really confident?" Duan Lingtian frowned. After interacting with each other for over a month, he had long since taken Meng Quan as a friend. "I'll try my best." Meng Quan's eyes emitted battle intent. Number 4. At this moment, the Chiliarch spoke once more. This time, only one youth entered the field. After the 10 enemy soldiers were untied, they glared fiercely as they walked towards the youth. Begin. As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking, whoosh, the youth moved, his entire body exploding with strength. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Second-level core formation martial artist. Needless to say, his movement technique was extremely ingenious, and his speed was extremely fast. Even the second-level core formation martial artist with the fastest speed among the 10 enemy soldiers could only eat dust behind him. Surround him. In next to no time, the second-level core formation martial artist decisively spoke out. For a moment, the 10 enemy soldiers abruptly split up and surrounded the youth, causing him to have nowhere to hide. The youth's expression changed as he locked onto a 9th-level body tempering martial artist. His figure trembled as he pounced forward. Bang! Carrying the force of a thunderbolt, his origin energy skyrocketed as it smashed onto the martial artist's head, directly blasting it apart. His face was also splattered with brain matter. Good. Many of the spectating youths cheered out, but in the next moment, their voices abruptly stopped. After the youth in the field exploded the head of the Imperial soldier, he let out a sharp cry before violently vomiting. Obviously, it was his first time killing someone. In the next moment, he was killed by the other 9 enemy soldiers that pounced forward. The 9 enemy soldiers obtained their freedom. Needless to say, the example of a predecessor was undoubtedly the best lesson. After number 1 to number 13 were all killed, number 14, a second-level core formation martial artist, finally launched a counterattack and defeated the 10 enemy soldiers one by one, killing them all. Number 14 passed the test. Hearing the captain's words, the youth took a deep breath and walked out from the pile of corpses with a heavy expression. Next was number 15. After killing 6 enemy soldiers, he was completely exhausted and was killed by the other 4 enemy soldiers. The slaughter continued. Youths were killed one by one. Youths passed the test one by one later on. These young geniuses from all over Swallow Mountain County were almost numb to killing and were able to freely display their strength. More and more people passed the test. At this moment, the expressions of the enemy soldiers weren't very good. Looks like there are benefits to being at the back. Meng Quan looked at the number plate in his hand that was marked 139 and grinned. Number 100. As the captain spoke, a black figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost as it flashed into the field. It was precisely Yu Xiang. At the beginning, the 10 enemy soldiers were eyeing Yu Xiang covetously, but when they saw the strength of 6 ancient mammoths that appeared above Yu Xiang, they were all terrified. 4th level of the core formation stage. These soldiers understood that if they didn't go all out, they would die without a doubt, so they all pounced towards Yu Xiang like madmen. But unfortunately, Yu Xiang just stood there, and they couldn't even break through Yu Xiang's defensive chi barrier. They were all killed by Yu Xiang one by one. Although this Yu Xiang is arrogant, he has some strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Up until now, Yu Xiang was the one that passed the test the easiest, and he received the most attention. Brother Xiang, good job! Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths couldn't help but cheer. Yu Xiang slowly walked back, and his arrogant gaze descended onto a violet-colored figure in the distance. Flickering with a vicious sheen, Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Yu Xiang's gaze, but he didn't mind it. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, there were many people that wanted him dead, but he still lived well in the end, except for that one time when he was betrayed by his manager, who he regarded as a brother. After Yu Xiang, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. There were also a few 3rd-level core formation young geniuses that smoothly passed the genius camp test. Number 137. It was finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian walked up the field, attracting the attention of many people. Many people present felt respect towards this youth that dared to speak frankly and confidently in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander. When the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers saw that Duan Lingtian was younger than the other youths, their serious expressions eased up and their eyes emitted a sense of madness. As far as they were concerned, a youth that didn't even seem to be 17 years old, no matter how strong he couldn't be that strong. But when they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes floating above Duan Lingtian's head, they were completely dumbstruck. Another 4th level core formation martial artist. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, flashing directly towards the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that were still in a daze. He raised his arm and swung it out, like an enormous python swinging its tail. It was abnormally ferocious. Bang! Instantly, 6 enemy kingdom soldiers were blasted flying by his arm. 3 of them directly stopped breathing. The remaining 3 were on the verge of death and didn't have the strength to continue fighting. F***K. Freak. He didn't even use a martial skill. He just casually swung his arm, and it was as if it carried the strength of lightning. This Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. He's actually a 4th level core formation martial artist. No wonder he dares to go head-to-head with Yu Xiang. He seems to be not even 17. Such natural talent is simply heaven-defying. The group of youths were dumbstruck. When they recovered from their shock, they repeatedly cursed. What a kid! Qiao Qingshan's eyes shone brightly. Split up. The expression of the 2nd level core formation soldier changed greatly as he shouted in a low voice. Chapter 102. But would it be of any use if they split up? The answer was no. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Greater teleportation. Instantly, a defensive chi barrier flickered on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, suffused with the brilliance of origin energy. Bang! A 9th level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier had a savage expression as he exploded with the strength of an ancient mammoth and punched out, smashing onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed out. Ah! The enemy kingdom soldier emitted a shrill cry as he flew out, clutching his broken arm as he rolled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the attacks of the other 3 enemy kingdom soldiers arrived as well. Without exception, all of them followed in the footsteps of the former, especially the 2nd level core formation martial artist. He exploded with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths and slapped his palm onto Duan Lingtian's body with all his might. As a result, all of his strength was reversed and his arm was directly broken, blasted flying and fainted on the ground. Star shift. The Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, had a surprised expression on his face. His thoughts spun as he recalled an extremely precious high-grade, profound, rank defensive martial skill. The surroundings of the drill grounds were deathly silent. This scene was even more shocking than when Yu Xiang entered the arena. Yu Xiang had only used a defensive martial skill to block the enemy kingdom soldier's attack, whereas Duan Lingtian not only blocked the enemy kingdom soldier's attack, he was even able to launch a counterattack with his defensive martial skill, returning all of the enemy's strength back to him. What a terrifying defensive martial skill! Yeah, this defensive martial skill is too strong. The crowd was in an uproar, and many youths couldn't help but reveal reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. There were also a few youths whose eyes emitted dense battle intent. Humph! Yu Xiang coldly snorted. His limelight was stolen by Duan Lingtian, and the vicious gaze in his eyes became even more profound. After Duan Lingtian passed the test, he walked back in large strides. As for the enemy kingdom soldiers that were on the verge of death, They were all killed one by the Iron Blood Army, splattering blood on the spot. From the moment they were defeated, their fates were decided. Number 138. After Duan Lingtian left the stage, it was Xiao Yu's turn. When Xiao Yu brushed past Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, in his opinion. The defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian had just executed was undoubtedly the defensive martial skill that he had cultivated, stellar transposition. He was a little curious. Where did Duan Lingtian learn shifting stars from? Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated it to perfection. Duan Lingtian, you know shifting stars too? Meng Quan asked curiously. Half a year ago, during the Aurora City Genius Gathering, he had fought with Xiao Yu and suffered a loss due to shifting stars. Meng Quan, I'm not using shifting stars. It's just that its characteristics are somewhat similar. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you knew the Xiao clan's martial skills. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended into the distance. Xiao Yu stood there, his cold figure unmoving like a mountain, imperceptibly giving off an oppressive feeling. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers all revealed expressions of fear as they entered the arena. They split up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Shifting stars. On Xiao Yu's body, a defensive chi barrier flickered. The strength of 4 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Fleeting shadow. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides and locked onto the enemy kingdom soldier at the second level of the core formation stage. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the soldier. With a shake of his sleeve, origin energy suffused out. Sleeve dimension. With a flick of his sleeve, it swelled up and welcomed the enemy kingdom soldier's punch that contained the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The enemy kingdom's soldier's face went pale. He only felt that when his fist struck the youth's sleeve, it was as if he had struck cotton, unable to exert any force. In the next moment, he noticed a terrifying force trembling towards him. Ka! The enemy kingdom soldier's arm was directly twisted off by Xiao Yu's shaking sleeve. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the enemy kingdom soldier was blasted flying by Xiao Yu, his body trembling violently as he rolled on the ground at this moment. The attacks of the other 9 enemy kingdom soldiers had arrived on Xiao Yu. Some attacked from behind, some from the side. However, a string of shrill cries sounded out at the same time, and the 9 enemy kingdom soldiers that had attacked Xiao Yu were all blasted flying. Subsequently, Xiao Yu defeated them one by one, killing all of them. Number 139. Xiao Yu smoothly passed the test, and the captain continued to count off. Meng Quan, do your best. Xiao Yu nodded to Meng Quan, who brushed past him. Don't worry. Meng Quan took a deep breath. At this moment, the surrounding youths finally reacted, and their gazes occasionally fell on Xiao Yu and occasionally fell on Duan Lingtian. This number 138 seems to be together with Duan Lingtian. Even their defensive martial skills are exactly the same. Yeah, I don't know what defensive martial skill it is. It's too terrifying. He only needs to raise his defensive chi barrier, and when others attack him, it's like hitting a mirror, not injuring him, but injuring themselves instead. Such a defensive martial skill is surely extremely rare, even in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. When many youths looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, their eyes emitted a brilliance of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Duan Lingtian, how do you know stars shift? After Xiao Yu returned to Duan Lingtian's side, he couldn't help but ask. Stellar transposition was an extremely precious high-grade, profound, rank defensive martial skill. Even their Xiao clan had to rely on the influence of their ancestors to obtain this martial skill. Not to mention the Aurora City's Li clan and Lin clan. Even the large clans in the Swallow Mountain County's county city and the county governor's estate might not possess this martial skill. So he was extremely curious as to why Duan Lingtian would possess this martial skill. You saw wrongly. The defensive martial skill I used was not stellar transposition, but greater teleportation. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian roughly explained the principle of greater teleportation to Xiao Yu. It's indeed slightly different, but it's a different approach that achieves the same result. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Meng Quan had already retrieved an iron rod from the weapon rack at the side of the drill grounds and was executing the 1,000 shadow rod to battle the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! With a sweep of the rod, a 9th level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier was blasted flying. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A 9th level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier forcefully pounced forward, withstanding Meng Quan's rod strike, and firmly grasped onto the iron rod in Meng Quan's hand. "Don't worry about me, kill him!" The enemy kingdom soldier's face was hideous, and his mouth flowed with miserable blood as he cried out in grief. The other 8 enemy kingdom soldiers had tears in their eyes as they madly pounced towards Meng Quan, who had no rod to use. "Meng Quan!" Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Ah! Meng Quan also realized the danger, and with an explosive shout, he lifted up the enemy kingdom soldier along with his rod and smashed it down towards one of the enemy kingdom soldiers that pounced at him. Bang! 2 lives with 1 rod strike. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Meng Quan finally passed the test with great difficulty. Meng Quan, you've already passed the test. Why do you seem to not be happy in the slightest? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan, who had a heavy expression, and was slightly puzzled. "Duan Lingtian, tell me, should I really kill them? That enemy kingdom soldier would rather die than grab my weapon, just for the sake of allowing his companions to obtain freedom." Meng Quan's gaze was complicated as he sighed. "That person is indeed worthy of respect." Xiao Yu nodded heavily as well. "You killed him to protect yourself. If you fight them, it's either you die or they die. You don't have to feel burdened in your heart." Duan Lingtian patted Meng Quan's shoulder as he consoled him. The Genius Camp test continued like a raging fire later on. There were still some young geniuses that were killed, but overall it was much better than the beginning. Now, the youths present could be considered to have experienced a true storm of blood. They no longer had any burden when they entered the battlefield to slaughter. Number 163. The youth that entered the battlefield this time was around the age of 18. He wore a vermilion robe and held a sheathed sword in his hand. As soon as he attacked, he attracted the gazes of everyone present. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Obviously, he was a 4th level core formation martial artist. He was also the 3rd 4th level core formation martial artist to participate in the Genius Camp test up until now. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers had just entered the battlefield and hadn't even had the time to stand still. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a red stream of light flashed past the enemy soldiers. One could vaguely hear overlapping sword howls, rising and falling clang. The clear sound of a sharp sword entering its sheath sounded out. The youth's figure appeared, but he had arrived at the other side of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! 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 The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers maintained their original postures as they crashed onto the ground. Scorching fresh blood sprayed out from their throats, dazzling and resplendent. Good! This scene caused Xiao Qingshan, the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, to be unable to refrain from cheering out loud. His eyes shone as he was delighted to see a hunter. "What's your name?" "Su Li." The red-robed youth nodded, slightly modestly, to Xiao Qingshan. As expected, the crowd was once again in an uproar. F***K. This Su Li is the true freak. I haven't even seen his movements clearly, and he's already killed all these enemy kingdom soldiers. Too terrifying. I haven't even had the time to see what his sword looks like. I think his strength is even stronger than Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. I think so too. Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly when he heard these discussions. But when he looked at the red-robed Su Li in the distance, his eyes still emitted slight fear, although he wasn't willing to admit it. Needless to say, Su Li was indeed stronger than him. No, not only stronger than him. As far as he was concerned, even the #1 youth in the county city, Tenrue, was far from being as terrifying as this person. I never imagined that there would be such a freak amongst the young geniuses that came to participate in the genius camp test this time. Meng Quan exclaimed in a low voice. What a swift sword! Xiao Yu's expression was serious. Su Li! Duan Lingtian gazed at the red-robed youth in the distance, and a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes. Earlier, he vaguely caught sight of Su Li's movements. Su Li's movement technique was undoubtedly a high-grade, profound, rank movement technique. Moreover, it had already been cultivated to the perfection stage. If he were to go against Su Li, unless he exerted his full strength and erupted with a strength comparable to the 5th level of the core formation stage, you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.